All right, hello everybody. We should be live for Super Tuesday. It's going to be a little bit before this fills up and things start happening, but we're starting on time. That is 6:30 in the east, 3:30 in the west. So, glad everybody showed up. Glad everybody's going to stick around. We've got a long one. Probably going to be here for a long time. At least 5 hours, I would say. Things happening coast to coast today. A lot more excitement than just the Iowa or New Hampshire primaries. Hello? Thanks for showing up right at the beginning, too. If there's any issues with the audio or the video, go ahead and mention it. Otherwise, should be good. Good to go. Hope we get a classy stream. And right now I've got the primary Super Tuesday schedule up here. These are the races that we're going to be looking at today. There's a ton going on, so we'll be bouncing around. Those Iowa and New Hampshire streams, those were great for those of you that showed up, but it did get a little bit boring. So here we're looking at several different contests. Maybe the highlight is going to be that California U.S. Senate race. That's going to be one of the big ones. The rest of it, I don't know if there's going to be too many upsets. It's still going to be fun to take a look at margins and see what's going on. A lot of races down ballot in the U.S. House. Thanks a lot. Danny Garrett, appreciate it. This is also, yeah, this is the 2-year anniversary stream. 2 years of the channel. It happened to line up where it's happening right pretty much on or within a day of Super Tuesday. So that works out perfectly. So we're going to be doing a stream combining the 2 years and getting some primary action in. But 2 years, that's a lot on this channel. Well over 800 videos. Some of you have been around for maybe only a few weeks. Some of you a few months. Some of you have been around for maybe a year and a half or so. The early subscribers. Always nice to see those people show up. But in the meantime, the poll closings. Here's the poll closings map. And there should be already a little bit of action here in Virginia and Vermont, possibly. That should already be going on. So we could get on here. We've got New York Times. We're going to go through it. Okay, the polls closed here, Virginia. This is given us 25 minutes. I thought there was something that closed already. Lot to follow. It's going to get confusing, but that's okay. The Iowa primary? Yeah, I think that was the results for the Democrats. I believe that got revealed today. They did some sort of long drawn out mail-in thing. It's weird, but not much of a surprise. I suppose for the Democrats, some states allow uncommitted. That seems to be a storyline that's emerged. How many uncommitted votes are they going to throw at Biden? We'll find out. But appreciate everybody showing up, stopping by. Maybe you can only stop by for 15, 20 minutes. That's fine. But hopefully the stream stays up. and we'll be going for a while. I would assume at least 5 hours. You never know. Uh, yeah, the Democratic primary. We're talking about Iowa again. Uh, so it's going to be a little slow, probably for the beginning. But here's some more races to take a look at. There's some under the radar action here. We've got some state court races. They got prosecutors on here, county judges. But the main thing, it's going to be the presidential primaries, but U.S. Senate, California, also Texas, but not really a lot to look at there. It's probably going to be Colin Allred. He's probably going to avoid a runoff, but maybe he doesn't. And otherwise, Ted Cruz on the Republican side there. A lot of U.S. House races. There's going to be a ton to follow. And North Carolina, governor there. But again, doesn't look like there's going to be a lot of upsets in the high profile races. There's referendums here, California. A lot of referendums here. So if you're from there, you're probably more familiar with these. Some of these are kind of unexciting, but it's all on here. It's going to be, should be fun. 2 years of the channel and a Super Tuesday. I mean, could you really ask for more than that in one stream? All right. Let's see. Rando. Hey, you made it. Well, we'll be here for a while. Keep it in the background. That works. Should be a good stream. Hopefully we get some good comments. Maybe some supers will show up. Or maybe, I don't know. You never know what to expect. Vermont and Virginia. Haley might do well there. Yeah, those would be, well, Vermont for sure. These are the poll closings again. And Vermont and Virginia, that's a 7 p.m. Eastern. I thought something closed at 6:30 Eastern. But other than that, a lot of action. 6 p.m. results in Iowa. Yep, that's what I was saying. They're getting their mail-in results. I really don't know why they did that. They did some like 6 week long mail-in thing or whatever it was. So 20 minutes and we'll get Vermont, Virginia, and then we'll get some North Carolina. And then it's going to keep flowing in. Ton more action than the Iowa stream and the New Hampshire stream. So give some time for people to show up. Sure, people are just getting off jobs. Maybe they're at the middle of their day. Maybe you're at the beginning of your day. Maybe you're at the end. So people are going to float in and out. It all works. I'm sure there's a ton of other streams out there. But this is the place to be. All right. So what are the most exciting races? Probably the California Senate election. Haley getting in the 40s in those states? Maybe. Yeah, Haley pulled off the DC primary. If she's going to do anything, I would assume it would be in Vermont. But even then, I think it really all depends on which states have open and closed primaries. Because if it's open, there's going to be some crossover. If it's totally closed, then it's going to be all Republicans. I would expect Haley to have much less of a chance. I know in New Hampshire we saw that she got some crossover from Democrats and independent leaning Democrats. So it's hard to gauge exactly how much support Haley has if there's not a competitive primary for the Democrats and Democrats are able to cross over. Now, I think you have to have changed your registration previously. I don't think you could just do it the day of. But then again, it does get really complicated given there's so many states. But in other news, we heard that Sinema in Arizona, she is going to be calling it quits, retiring. That's the big news. That kind of doesn't really change the Senate map, but I don't know how surprising that is. I was kind of in the middle if she was going to run again or not. But I don't. I put out my Senate prediction the other day. That was yesterday, actually. I don't. I already had it at lean Dem. I don't think I would change it. So that's going to be a battle. If it is Gallego and Lake, it is showdown. That's going to be a fun one. So Sinema, a one-term senator. All right. Yep, there are different kinds of Republicans and Democrats. It's a big country, a lot of different regions, different types of voters. Again, these are the states for today. Here's the delegate tracker. Trump already coming in with 273. Haley at 43. I don't know where Haley goes from here. That's the thing. It seemed like after South Carolina, her home state, it seemed like that might be a good place for her to head for the exit, but Super Tuesday right around the corner. That's where all the action is. And at some point, I guess you don't really have to drop out. She might just be banking on Trump not being able to fulfill the position of being the nominee, and maybe she'll be the backup. It used to be DeSantis. He was the backup. That's what it was for a while, up until like a couple months ago. Well, Kerry Lake, do you think Gallego might pull it off? That's what I have as my prediction, but I mean, this is March, early March. I mean, if you watch this channel, you know that I'm open on possibilities, and anything can happen. But it is going to be a little bit of an uphill climb for Lake because she's already damaged goods. She took the statewide loss less than 2 years ago. So it's going to be tough to come back again and have success. Now, it's a different election, it's a different office, it's maybe a different national environment. So she could win it. We'll just have to wait and see. So, 9 people in. I expect it to fill up more in maybe an hour or two. DeSantis losing his popularity in Florida. Yeah, usually that tends to happen once you run for president. Your own state, why that's why you're in office. Your own state kind of goes on the back burner. Those voters, feel like they're being maybe a lesser priority. So yeah, your popularity is going to come down. The trick is to have a comfy chair. If you're settling in for a long stream, hopefully you've got yourself a comfy chair or some other nice place to sit. Or you could lay down, whatever you're doing. Maybe you're working, maybe you're driving. It's all good. But also, 2 years on this channel. Again, probably mentioned it a few times tonight, but a big thank you for everybody that's been around and enjoys the channel, likes the videos, subscribes, comments. All that is highly appreciated. There's no way I could have kept it going for 800 something videos for 2 years without some support. I'd like to get more support. Hopefully we do. We're over 2,200 subscribers now. That's a lot better than where we were even 6 months ago. So again, here's the calendar for what we're looking at today. Not much happening just yet, so we can get to more of these comments, if there are any. Okay, despise DeSantis's policies. We're going to get some, I assume, some different takes here. That's what I usually get on the channel. A lot of different views. Pocket chatting. Nice. DeSantis turning Florida reliably red, or at least competitive. Yeah, before he won re-election in 22, he was branded as this horribly evil guy, and the people weren't going to stand for it. But then he wins re-election by like 19 points. So he had to be doing something right. I know there was a hurricane before the election, but sometimes the media portrayal is not exactly how the voters are feeling. Um, Again, here's some other races to take a look at. Some of this is super local, but if you care about Travis County prosecutor, it's on here. And also DeSantis, his popularity, now that he's done running for president, he's got a ton of time to rebuild his image. I'm sure that he probably hit his lowest point. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it would seem like it's only going to tick back up a little bit. Yeah, a lot of views. I mean, for the most part, I'm open to a lot of different perspectives if people are decent about it. Rubio. Yeah, Rubio did get Minnesota in that 16 primary. But I'm not sure why that's being brought up. Yeah, DeSantis should have waited until 28 if he was looking for the optimal time to have success. But then again, sometimes you gotta strike while the iron's hot. You never know what's gonna happen in 4 years. Look at Chris Christie back in 12. He was riding high. He was the guy, but he didn't get in. And then 4 years later, totally different story. Here's the poll closings again. Waiting on Vermont and Virginia coming up in about 10 minutes. RFK, we'll see what he's up to. Actually, if you want to, here's RFK's ballot access. And this is on his official site. He's already got it, at least, I think, in a few states, the dark colors here. And the rest, there's signature gathering periods where he's going to have to gather some signatures. Some of them start soon. So that's why RFK not exactly factored into some of these head-to-head matchups so far. We just don't know which states he's going to be on the ballot on. But probably in another couple of months, we'll have a better idea. So again, we're looking at the U.S. Senate in California. We're looking at Texas. See if Colin Allred can avoid a runoff. A lot of U.S. House races. Some of these I'm not familiar with. A lot of these actually, but there's so much going on. You can only know so much, but we'll see what happens. And also, some of these states like Texas and California having their primaries for the U.S. House, it is kind of early. I think March is probably too early. I would like to see it a little bit later, maybe like May, because we're so far out from the election. It's kind of weird having the primary, and then you got to wait 8 months. But it is what it is. In North Carolina, the governor's election there, it's probably going to be Stein and Robinson in the general. But we'll see what happens. All right. Yeah. Poll closing times are here also. A lot of delegates at stake, but no surprises expected. It's going to be Biden. It's going to be Trump. Maybe Biden loses some votes to uncommitted. Maybe Trump underperforms a little bit. That's a possibility. But again, the open or closed primaries, some states, it's open. And there's different rules. It can be complicated. But generally, if it's uncompetitive for the Democrats, and some Democrats or independent leaning Dems cross over, most of them, I would guess, would support Haley. That could hurt Trump's support a little bit. So primaries a lot of times don't have a lot of bearing on the general election. All right. You're voting Nikki Haley in the Georgia primary. Whether she's in or not, all right. Nikki Haley fan. That's cool. Green Party, Cornel West, yeah, his ballot access, that's another thing to take a look at. With Jill Stein, yeah. I don't know which states they're going to be on the ballot on, but well, Jill Stein should have Green Party access. That should make it a little bit easier. Right. Uncommitted or none of these candidates. Yeah, Haley lost to none of these candidates in Nevada, where Trump was not on the ballot. That was pretty funny, actually. Maybe every state should do none of these candidates. Surprised. It doesn't really seem like it's a thing. But super early. Hopefully people enjoy the stream, they enjoy the channel, they enjoy all the videos. Well, actually, you don't have to enjoy all the videos. There's so many. I mean, who's going to enjoy every single video? There's always going to be a small percentage that aren't for you. That's fine. But if you could get to half, that would be great. Just 50% of the videos, that'd be great. But 2 years on the stream, again, big milestone. We hit 2,000 subs a few weeks ago. We're going for 3,000. And then 4, and then 5. We'll see what happens. Hopefully by election day, we'll be a lot higher than this. Ryan Binkley, he's going to be on the ballot here in Virginia. He finally dropped out not that long ago. Yeah. None of these candidates. That would be neat if it was in other states. It's pretty much a Nevada thing. So, what are the races? What are some of the down ballot races people are taking a look at? I mean, maybe one of these Texas House seats, maybe California. Wait, this Alabama second district, that is one I've pointed out. That's the one the Democrats are probably going to pick up after the court ruling. North Carolina Attorney General, that's another one. All right. Waiting on those poll closings. Come back later and try again. Yeah. Right in for Burger King. Hmm. Who'll be the candidate if uncommitted? Earn the nomination. I don't know what they do. Maybe Newsom comes in then at that point. All right, so it's slow going for another 3 minutes or so. Yeah, exactly. 3 minutes, Virginia and Vermont. Yeah, can you believe we're doing another stream? It's been over a month since New Hampshire, but 2 years. 2 years of the channel. Huge milestone. 800 videos. So hopefully everybody enjoys the stream. You like, share, subscribe if you're new. A lot of people are probably lurkers. That's fine. It's all good to lurk on a stream. And I wonder what Haley will get in Vermont. I don't know. It's hard to remember which of these states are open and closed primaries. That is the thing. Here we go. Voters do not register by party, but they could only participate in one party's primary. Okay, that is in Vermont and Virginia. Voters do not register by party, but they could only participate in one party's primary. All right, just a minute or two left. Let's see. Vermont could be the closest state in the primary. Yeah, it maybe. That's probably true, I guess. 800 videos in 2 years. Yeah, it's somewhere around mid 800s, 850 or so. Yeah, one video, at least one video up every day for the last more than a year and a half. But yeah, the channel started out really slow. First 6 months were very slow. So if anybody's been around since the first, let's say 6 months, then yeah, you're one of the early heroes. A year and a half too young. Well, eh, even if you just came on here for the first time today, maybe eventually you'll have been a part of it for years. Who knows? You got to start somewhere. Matt Rogers, thank you. Thanks for stopping by. There's a lot of channels out there. I'm sure a lot of streams are up. So you know, if you like this channel, there's got to be something special about it because there's probably another 10 or 15 streams up, plus the main networks, mainstream media, all those people are probably also doing what they do. All right, polls have closed. Let's see what we've got. Congrats on the channel. Thanks a lot. Ongo. Interesting name there. Thank you. So the polls have closed, and we're 1 minute past, and we've got no results. It's unacceptable. Got to get the results right away. We'll also have to take a look at some of the exit polls. I hear that not every state is doing exit polls. It's only going to be in just a few states. Well, so far we've got nothing. See if Decision Desk has anything. Nope. All right, this is the moment of suspense. I mean, not that we're really expecting anything too shocking here, but we'll see what Trump and Haley have in store. Will I send the channel to preschool when it's old enough? That's got to be pretty soon then, right? That should be a thing. I never know what's going to happen, though. I mean, I've been doing the channel. It's a lot of effort trying to fit it in and keep everything seamless. Didn't think it would go this long, but I've been making it work. So if there's more demand and more following, then sure, it's going to be easier to keep it going. Oh yeah, Massachusetts. Yeah. Forgot all about Massachusetts. Maine will be interesting as well. We've seen those general election polls that show Trump ahead by like mid-single digits at large. That seems really surprising. I mean, both of them are somewhere in the 30s, so I'm guessing a lot of those are just hesitant Biden voters. I can't imagine Trump actually winning Maine at large. The second congressional district. Now that the question there is he going to get it over 10? All right, still nothing. Daryl, thanks for showing up. No surprises yet, and I'm not really expecting any surprises except we have to see what happens in the U.S. Senate in California. The top two primary, that's going to be the big thing. Is it going to be Schiff and Garvey? Is it going to be Schiff and Porter? And also, is Colin Allred going to avoid a runoff in the U.S. Senate election in Texas? Those are the highest profile ones where there could be a surprise, but still not a ton of action. Yep, sure, people are finishing up their days, just getting off work. Oh, here we go. Boom, just like that. Plus 73 for Trump. And Haley at 24. Let's see what Vermont has. Anything? Nothing. We've got the needle. You gotta love this needle, right? The New York Times needle. Less than 1% in. And where was that? It's right here. South of the DC suburbs. That's all we're getting, though. Less than 1% in Virginia. Oh, you just subscribed now. Well, thanks a lot. I would assume you've already subscribed. Maybe you're brand new. I don't know. Maybe you've been testing it out for a few weeks. No, California is not like the jungle primary in Louisiana. It's top two, period. Okay, we've got a little bit more in Virginia. Another big Trump county coming in, but still barely anything even within those counties. Ah, hey, Michaela. I do remember, yeah. You stopped by a couple of streams ago, and I guess you're hooked. At least on the streams. You never know how many videos somebody watches, but yeah, hopefully the stream brings in some new subscribers, everybody likes and shares. Hopefully we'll get some super chats in today. Kind of like on the 23 general election stream from a few months ago. Had a lot of action that day. All right, we've got some Haley vote coming in. Let's see. Vermont, we've got nothing. Yeah, some of these states, they do it weird. The top two primary in Washington and California. Not really huge on that, but it is what it is. Okay. I'm imagining Haley is going to do her best in Fairfax and Loudoun. It depends how many independents or Democrats were able to decide to vote in this GOP primary. If it's not a closed primary, then yeah, then it's completely hard to predict how the vote is going to go, at least in my opinion. But yeah, Haley, there's no way she's going to do her best here in Nova. What about Vermont? We got anything? No. I'm not even sure I haven't even really looked at the polling in some of these states lately. I'm not even sure what's expected. It basically seems like Trump is winning all of these, no question, and that's it. So if it's going to be a blowout, I don't know how much the polls really matter. Yeah, we're waiting on Vermont. It's a small state, but they're leaving us hanging. All right. Less than 1% still. Another hour, it'll probably start to get interesting as we get some other states in and we get well into the counting of the vote here in Virginia and Vermont. But isn't this has got to be way more exciting than just the one state where we did Iowa and we did New Hampshire? That was a lot of time where we just sat there. There was good comments, but one state and pretty much one party. It's not the most exciting thing. All right. Nothing in Vermont. Okay, here's where Haley's getting her vote. They do have a lot of data here at New York Times. But right now, Trump pulling in 70. And this is pretty much do or die for Haley. And it doesn't look like she's going to really be able to do anything. She already had her home state. That's your best opportunity, your home state. If they don't love you in your home state, I don't know why they would love you more somewhere else. So Haley hanging on. She's still sticking around. Maybe she becomes the running mate. There's that possibility as well. I don't think it'll happen, but I'm not saying it's impossible. Yeah, sad A. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, uh, I think we're all a little anxious though. See some results. And sometimes they just pour in. When we did Iowa, it really dragged out. And then there was a point where the count went down at one point. That was really weird. Well, my guess as to why Haley is sticking around is because she's the backup. You know, if something happens with the front runner, Trump, maybe he has a heart attack or something. Maybe something does happen with one of the trials and the convention rolls around and he's unable to do it or he drops out or something. She's going to try to step in and fill those shoes. All right, we got Vermont. There we go. There it is. And yeah, that's actually a good point about the early voting that usually should come in right away. I don't even know exactly which states had what type of early voting, but it didn't pour in immediately. Refresh Virginia, okay. Oh, did that? Yeah, I guess it did change a little bit. That was weird. It was updating, but just not all the way. All right, so now we got some loud in here. We got 7% and Haley neck and neck. I'm assuming if that holds up, I'm assuming she does better in Fairfax. While we're at it, let's refresh Vermont. Got a lot of tabs open here. Let's refresh this one too while we're at it. All right. I did have that poll open asking if Haley's going to drop out shortly after Super Tuesday. And again, can't even see the results, but it was, I think it 0% said no last I did check. Yeah, Haley and Loudon. Virginia has these independent cities. That makes it, those are going to be the bluer spots too. She could win some of these, like Richmond. All right, still 1%. And oh, here's a little bit of a dump here in Vermont. Haley losing some support here. But yeah, we're just heating up. We got a lot of time left. We're probably going to go for 5 hours. Well, we're already almost 50 minutes in, but I assume we're going for at least another 4.5. So get comfy. And all the excitement is going to be a little later on. It's super early. I could have started the stream an hour later. Figured I'd get on early, celebrate the 2 years of the channel, do some hanging out, take a look at the comments. And maybe let's see if Decision Desk has it. Okay, here we go. Now, this is still wrong state. There we go. Let's get this back open here. All right. 55.7 for Trump. All right, this is pretty similar. Okay, here's a vote dump. This, we do want to see what the Democrats are going to do in these states as well. %. Immigration is a top concern for, definitely for the GOP. I think even overall, it's really getting competitive with economy, but it's definitely one of the major concerns. Haley has to hit 40%. 40% in which race? Just in one of these races? Waiting for the map to fill in. In the meantime, though, we're just hanging out. This is what we do. It's going to be a while for California Senate, though. That's going to be a late one. I want to see who's going to get in that top two there. That's going to be exciting. If Garvey gets in, then that's going to be it for the other Democrat. Haley and Boeing. I've heard that before. She does. I haven't even checked really donations lately, but I imagine Haley pulling in a lot of big dollars from um, defense contractors, etc. Do I have to keep refreshing Virginia? Hmm. Let's. Interesting. 6% in though. Ooh, Haley there, leading at Roanoke. Do I have to refresh Vermont? That's the question. Maybe I could lighten some of these tabs. I don't know. We don't really need this schedule. This is all the action tonight. Probably could close some of these down. And also, again, some of these other races, you might be more interested in some of these more local statewide races, or even some of these super local races, county judges and sheriffs. There's even some California referendums. There's some school boards. We've got mayor of Sacramento and San Diego and Burlington, Vermont. All right, let's see. Do I have to refresh this again? Nope. Okay. Haley was caught talking to the bigwigs. Okay. I don't know exactly the context though, but I mean, she could easily play that off. Okay, Vermont. Uh, Prop one. Well, these are the props for California. Yeah, California, there's a ton of house races there. There's so many to follow. Same thing with Texas. And Ohio, in a couple weeks, is having their primary for Senate. That's going to be a big one. Got to see who that nominee is going to be. Then we'll have a better idea to see how that race is going to shape up against Sherrod Brown. Yeah, it looks like Virginia is not refreshing automatically for some reason. Oh well, not sure why. But let's see. Anything up here? Nope, nothing in Fairfax. 55 in Loudoun. It's close. Trump is leading by 6. And the needle says Trump is expected to win. by 27. He could win by as much as 54, or Haley could win by 4. That's a colossal range, but only 9% of the vote in. Let's refresh it. Okay. I don't like having to having to refresh manually, but we'll get through it. Vermont is updating. I don't know what's so special about Virginia. New York more consequential to the House. California more important. Yeah. Sure. They're both states with a ton of seats. And I know New York is not having their primary tonight, but NBC News updates automatically. I could. Oh, it's called by the Associated Press. Trump has won with 10% of the vote in. And in Arlington, right up there in the Northeast, Haley has a lead. That's a significant lead, too. And NBC News, I could try to look up NBC News polling real quick. And all right, here's NBC News. What have they got going on? Anything? Biden voter, Israel-Gaza war is a tough situation, but the president has handled it well. Ooh, maybe that means something. Maybe it doesn't mean anything. Okay. All right, here's Virginia on NBC News. Do I think Mike Castle would be Senator of Delaware today if he won the primary, or do you think he would lose, or even in 14 or 20? From back in the 2010 primary at the Tea Party wave where he lost to Christine O'Donnell, I well, he would have won that general election, but then after that, the next election should be in 16 after that. Um, I don't know. It depends. His only danger probably would have been in the primary, not in the general. At this point, though, he'd be getting kind of old. Maybe he would have only won one term. It's tough to say. All right, let's go back to Vermont. Moderates or progressives win. Solid Dems. All right. Yeah, each state is going to have its own voting blocks and unique aspects to the demographics. Yeah, for some reason Virginia is not auto updating. Not just Virginia. Vermont seems great. So good for Vermont. Um, Trump met with Musk. Did he? Okay, I don't know the exact context. Vermont is Haley's best chance of winning. Phil Scott endorsed Haley. That's true. Phil Scott did endorse Haley. And so did Murkowski. So did Susan Collins. Starts Trump. You mean in all the states getting 70? Maybe it does. Yeah, I haven't really looked at these polls in the individual states because it's not really going to be competitive. Oh, 10 was the special. Oh, that is true. For the Biden seat, that's right. Yeah, well then, I mean, it's everything stands to what I said. He would if he would have ran then at 14, that was a favorable environment for the Republicans. I'm assuming he would have held it. But Chris Coons got that seat. That was a big race at the time with O'Donnell saying she's not a witch. Big race, that Tea Party environment. Okay, so Trump is at. This is not auto updating. No, this is, but this just is. This is behind New York Times. NBC News is behind New York Times. It did auto update. It's just Trump only has 75,000 votes here. Here he is 116. But appreciate everybody stopping by. If you just have 20, 30 minutes, or maybe you're sitting here for several hours, that's great. But glad you can make it for this Super Tuesday 2024 stream. Plus, 2 years of the channel. 2 full years gone by, over 800 videos. So I appreciate all the support, all the likes and subscribes. Good. Get the coffee on, cream, sugar, however you do it. So Virginia, one down for Trump. He's got it in the bag, and maybe somebody can tell me what the polling was here in Virginia. I haven't looked. I don't even know how much polling there was. I'm gonna close the NBC News one for now, just to free up some tabs. And we've got Vermont, Haley gaining a little bit, 4%. Black coffee is the only way. I know there's people out there that are like straight up black only, but hey, you do you. However you do it, however you prefer your coffee, that has really no effect on anybody else. So go crazy. So Virginia, we're up a quarter of the vote in. Vermont is going to be at 4%. Trump still up by double digits there. And his expected margin is, wow, look at that range. Trump could either win by 30 or Haley could win by 28. That's a range. But you gotta love the needle. The needle will fine tune itself as we get more votes. So, what else is coming up here? Poll closings. Next, North Carolina, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. That's already closed, and we've got to get that open. Less than 1% in. Here we go. The Tar Heel State, it's up. Trump opens up with a 15, 16 point lead. Let's see if North Carolina auto refreshes. Here's your governor's race. Stein, Robinson. Huh. Oh, I actually did not even know that. For lieutenant governor in the Democratic primary, they have another guy named Mark Robinson running. That's great. Oh, I really like that. I haven't followed that race. I don't know who the favorite is, actually. That'd be hilarious if it was Mark Robinson. The different Mark Robinson. North Carolina called for Trump. Not here yet. But that's a narrow margin. Haley must have got a big dump here. Nothing in Wake but Orange and Durham. And Mecklenburg. There we go. Yeah, Mark Robinson. That's great. But they did have. There we go. Vote dump for Robinson right as we're looking at it. But this is Mark H. Robinson. Not to be confused with Mark Robinson. Oh, look at that. Haley jumps ahead of Trump in Vermont with 7% of the vote in. Yeah, if somehow Haley did win in Vermont, I still don't know what she does with that. What is she going to do? Come out and say the people have spoken, that she's like 1 for 18 or something? Or 2 for 18? Whatever it is. That I don't know. I mean, a win is a win, but the walls are closing in. Yeah, Mark H. Is anybody following that race? It does sound more official. I wonder what Mark Robinson, the actual current lieutenant governor, not the guy running for lieutenant governor. I wonder what his middle initial is. I'm actually not sure of that. Maybe he doesn't have one. I'm guessing it's not H. Okay, now the Virginia vote goes down from 25 to 24. I'm never understand why that really happens, because this is like 10 minutes later it goes down 1%. Mike Crapo, yeah. He does have an unfortunate last name, I guess. I think there's some other ones. Can't think of them off the top of my head. Um, Political viability for the future. Are we still talking about Mark Robinson? I hope so. So what's coming up here? So Virginia called for Trump. So coming up in like 20 minutes, we've got Alabama, and then we've got Oklahoma and Tennessee and Texas. Most most polls close at 8 p.m. And Massachusetts and Maine. Let's not forget about those. And Alaska, caucuses end at midnight. That's going to be a late one. At some point, this is going to have to close. Okay. Mark Keith. That sounds a little familiar. So we got Mark K. Anthony Weiner. Yeah, that's goes back a bit. Uh, it's about Haley if she wins Vermont. Oh, okay, gotcha. So not about Mark Robinson. I just want to make sure. Yeah, Haley, she'll have some viability. Sure. I mean, if you're Haley, you're looking for anything you could put in your bag, and she's gonna if she can save Vermont and DC. I mean, that's a drop in the bucket, but I guess it's something. But she's gonna have to do a lot of interviews if she doesn't drop out, like within the next couple days. I mean, she's gonna be hitting the media circuit, and they're gonna ask her like, "How do you possibly win this thing?" And her and her surrogates, they're gonna have to try to defend that. That's if she doesn't drop out. That's even if she wins. She could stay in even if she doesn't win, but okay, did Virginia? Okay, Virginia up to 28 now. Still not auto refreshing. North Carolina is auto refreshing, so that's good. All right, Biden, he's getting it with 1% in, 92%. I suppose we do have to take a look at these primaries. I mean, Robinson and Steiner seem to be overwhelming favorites. Not a guarantee, but I don't think most people would bet against Robinson and Stein going to the general. Okay, this Mark Robinson only has one vote. Oh, never mind. He has zero now. Okay, that's you never know what's going to happen. Trump 31 up in VA. Uh, I think the best reasonable case scenario for the Republicans, Hogan still loses. Uh, yeah, I do think he still loses in the best reasonable case scenario as of now. In 5 months, 6 months, maybe that changes, but I would still think Hogan would lose, even if he has a great night in the best reasonable case scenario. I think it would get close, but I would have to think he still loses. But again, I'm open to things changing. Scott Wiener. I, that sounds familiar. Can't say for sure I know exactly who we're talking about at the moment. When the chat voted for Robinson, yeah, what that he lost votes. They took his votes away. Maybe they got him confused with the other Mark Robinson. Cinema not running. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. I have a community post about that. I talked about it a bit ago, and yeah, that is notable. I was on the fence if she was gonna run. I could see it either way. Turns out she's not gonna run. So looks like we're gonna have a head-to-head showdown between Gallego and probably Kari Lake. I don't think that changes much in my Senate prediction. I still think Gallego would be favored by 2 or 3 points. But again, it's super early. The Lake already has a blemish. She has a statewide loss less than 2 years ago. So to come back again, it's going to be tough. I mean, she could do it. It's going to be presidential turnout. Who knows what's going to happen? The border is an issue in that state. I don't know. It's going to be close. I would give a little bit of an edge to Gallego, but again, it's early. I mean, Hogan, I, I don't think he, I think a lot of the Trump voters thought he was a rhino for a while, and he did the first primary in 14. He did the second primary in 18. He won the general election by solid margins, in solid margin in 18 for re-election during that blue wave. But I mean, he's done it before, and I mean, I would think that he's still going to win that primary. I mean, he got in at the last second. I mean, that was not expected. I mean, it's another race to follow. Without Hogan, it'd be a 30-point win for David Trone, probably. With Hogan, who knows? Maybe it gets down to single digits. Maybe Hogan loses by 15. Well, I mean, yeah. I don't know how. I personally think that it doesn't really move the needle much. I thought even with Cinema, Gallego would have a small advantage. Now I think he still has a small advantage, but small advantage is almost meaningless when we're 8 months out. There's just no way to know what's going to happen. I don't think Lake, if she's trailing, I don't think she has to make up some 10 or 15 point margin. If all she has to do is maybe flip 1 or 2%, I mean, that is completely doable in any election. So Cinema, she's one and done. She gets in there and she's one term in it. Anything here for, okay, Mark Robinson? I'm going to say he's not winning this nomination for the Democratic Lieutenant Governor. But the real Mark Robinson, still 1% in. A lot of counties have just a tiny bit of vote reporting. All right, anything back here in Virginia? 35% in. Vermont. All right. Yeah, Mark H. Robinson. He blew it. Gallego is more, yeah, but maybe Gallego is going to have to try to bridge that progressive establishment gap. If he goes too progressive, that could cost him. And Hobbs was very dull. Somehow that worked. There's the poll. 39 votes. 64% say Haley's going to drop out soon after. 35 say no. And on that note, I'm going to take about a 1-minute break. Back in just a moment. All right. So, again, thanks for everybody to showing up for the 2-year stream on Super Tuesday. Maybe you're new, maybe you've been here a while, maybe you're a lurker. Either way, it's great to have you hanging out for the big event. We're going to be here a while. So far, we've got Trump winning Virginia. He's ahead by about 31 there. And we've got Fairfax in now. And Haley is ahead there by a 19-point margin with 9% of the vote in. And Arlington all the way in. Haley wins it 74-24. Similar margin in Alexandria. In Loudoun, though, Trump maintaining a 6-point lead over Haley. Nothing in Richmond. And in Vermont, we've got, do I have to refresh this now? Nope. Okay, 11% of the vote in. And it's close. Trump is in the lead by only 2.5 points. But not a lot of vote there yet. And we've got North Carolina. Biden has already won that one. We've got no preference here in North Carolina. That is 8.7%. On the Republican side, Trump at about 68, Haley 28. Not a lot of vote in at all. Got a lot of time left. Got a lot of races coming up. Got some poll closings. We've got Alabama coming up. We've got Maine, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Texas. All coming up in about 6 minutes. Word on the street, no presidential debates this summer. Is that right? I had a poll out on my community tab the other day, last week, asking if there's going to be any debates. And kind of a split result there. I don't know what's going to happen. I think there should be debates, but yeah, you got to get the format right. And we don't know if somebody like RFK is going to be in there. Is there a chance Trump's going to want to avoid it? Could Biden try to avoid it? I never know what to expect. Okay, this map has Virginia updating, I think, in real time. Gallego has to bridge the gap. Yep, won't be as difficult. Abortion amendment. Yeah, it's tough to say how much abortion is going to be a factor. It's been a factor for sure, but at this point, it's going to be. There were already a lot of ballot issues, ballot measures, amendments that happened. There's going to be more, but at some point, that is going to lose its intensity. Maybe it takes a long time, but maybe it also just takes a backseat to the economy and immigration. Or maybe it does give Gallego a strong win. It's a possibility. McCain voters, yeah, I don't know. That's that's tough. I would think McCain voters would. Yeah, actually, I haven't heard what Gallego has said about the border. Um, but if he's not going progressive on it, then he's going to potentially lose progressive support. Because Gallego's big thing was okay, he's going to go abolish the filibuster because Sinema voted to keep it. She wants to keep it. He thinks she should get rid of it. And that was the big thing. But then again, who knows what's going to happen? It's easy to say this will happen now, but a lot of time left. This isn't September we're talking about. This is March. Let's go back to Vermont for a second. Nope. Okay, this has 12% in. Is this okay? Now Vermont is not auto updating? Hmm. Uh, no debate, no vote. What if neither of them want to debate? And I guess no voting entirely. What if so? If one wants to debate, one doesn't, then you automatically vote for the person who does want to debate? I don't know. I mean, everybody has their own criteria for how they're going to vote. They called Mark Robinson. If we're talking about here for the primary for governor, not yet. It did update though. Robinson with a significant lead now. Bernie Sanders, you're watching on Politico. I did do a lot of Politico primary videos last year, but people were saying do New York Times, New York Times. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do New York Times. I do like New York Times. It does frequently auto update. I don't know. I haven't had this problem before. It's not that much of a problem, but Mark K. Robinson, yeah, it's not looking good for him. We've got down ballot races. Yeah, U.S. House in North Carolina. That's also something to take a look at because I know there was some seats here. I think the some of these Bo Hines, he was running again, but he didn't get endorsed. I think by Trump. That was one storyline I know for the U.S. House. Some of these races already called. All right, well, let's keep it moving. Let's A podcast. Two candidates having a podcast? Is that what, that would be something. They could go on Joe Rogan, that huge podcast. Sanders, Huckabee Sanders. She didn't go to the debates. Okay. Yeah, there was a lot of candidates not debating last time. I thought that was disappointing. Most notably, yeah, in Arizona. That was a huge letdown. Walker's seat. Okay. Well, here it is. Yeah, oh, this is the Bo Hines one where he was endorsed last time, Hines, but then he lost. And now with the redistricting, the winner of this should win in the general. Okay, we should have some poll closings here now. In Oklahoma, Christie +3. I want to see this. Wow. That I must have missed something about Oklahoma. This seems I'm gonna have to claim that there's something happening here that I did not that I completely missed, or maybe there's some error. Yeah, let's check. Let's see Alabama. Let's see. Well, there's still nothing on here just yet. Let's see if maybe we can take a look at. Yeah, I don't get this Oklahoma thing, but we could take a look at Politico real quick. Here's Politico. So this is okay, yeah, this is different. Robinson, it's called for Robinson in North Carolina. Hmm. All right, let's see. Yeah, Oklahoma. I don't know. That is wild stuff. Let's put that back up here. Everybody should take a look at that. This doesn't seem right at all. Does Politico have? We should get on Oklahoma here. Politico. And yeah, what is going on here? This I'd like to think I follow politics, but maybe I missed the part where Chris Christie re-entered the race and completely moved to Oklahoma and dominated that state. Yeah, Williamson came back. That was crazy because Biden got 10% uncommitted in Michigan. She comes back in. I don't know what's going on, but let's go back to Vermont. 12%. All right, 16%. Yeah, Christie's secretly doing some magic here in Oklahoma, even on Politico. It's not just New York Times. It's always interesting to see what you're going to get. 48% in Virginia. Uh, is this Christie being Cherokee? Is that, who knows? Let's see. Did North Carolina, is that called yet? Yeah, okay. So it is called for Stein. It's called for Robinson. Those two are going to face off in the general election to be North Carolina's next governor to replace Roy Cooper. That's going to be a crazy election. And I've heard everything. I've heard everybody say that there's no chance Robinson can win. The guy is crazy. And I've also heard there's no chance he's going to lose because he's actually firing people up. And Josh Stein isn't. He might fire up people against Robinson. I have no idea who's going to win that one. And nobody else does either. That's the thing. I put it at Tilt Democrat in my recent rating. I mean, Robinson, he got elected lieutenant governor, narrowly, but that's going to be probably probably the highest profile governor's election in November. Maybe Washington heats up, but also New Hampshire, that's another one. Is Oklahoma correct now? Okay, there we go. There it is. Man, that's a terrible error. You just putting in Chris Christie getting whatever it was in every county, 22%. I don't know how that could happen. That is amateur stuff. But then again, I don't know what's happening. Maybe it all makes sense. Maybe it's perfectly easy to do. Robinson Lake 2.0. People are going to make that comparison, definitely. But the easiest thing to say back to that is Trump in 16, right? I mean, anybody can watch those montages of people saying there is zero chance Trump is going to win. He's not going to get near the White House over and over and over, right? I mean, I thought he would lose too. It was hard not to, but sometimes things happen. All right, we got Texas coming in. Let's see what Texas has in store. Trump should win that pretty easily, but Travis, you never know what Nikki Haley's going to pull in Travis. But we do want to see that Senate election. All right. 2% in for Allred. Ted Cruz. Can he win it again? 3 terms. Okay, Vermont. Still, small state, slow vote count. It's kind of like New Hampshire. That was a slow count. Let's see. What are All right, here's some news. Josh Stein, we just saw that. Stein and Robinson, epic showdown. All right, we'll come back to this. And where are we? Allred. You think he could pull it off in Texas? You think he could take out Cruz? I think it's unlikely, at least. If somehow the tide turns and it's a blue wave, and maybe Cruz has some missteps and Colin Allred doesn't, then yeah, that's how I could see it maybe flipping. But I mean, the farther out we are, the wider range of expectations I'm gonna have. But I don't think Allred. But again, it's early. I don't think he's gonna win, but it's super early. So Trump is cruising here in Texas. We've got some Tarrant. We got 48 in Tarrant, and Haley's at 24. DeSantis at 2%. Okay, you had to help your aunt move. Your cousin and mom did nothing, or almost nothing. Well, you know, did they know it's Super Tuesday? Because this is where the action is. All right, well, we'll see you later. It- but again, everybody else that's here, glad you made it to the stream. Super Tuesday, 2 years of the channel. I've said that a few times tonight. Okay, Oklahoma. Is this auto updating? 4% in. Trump 76. Super Tuesday, where everything really starts. Yeah, I mean it's kind of the unofficial, but the kickoff. But we're still really far off, though. I mean, so much could happen. Even if the election were like next month, I'd be feeling better about what's going to happen. But I'd still say, who knows what's going to happen in the final week or two. The October surprise. All bets are off, really. Some people are really locked in on their predictions. They say there's no way this could happen. There's no way that can't happen. And I mean, having that much confidence, that's just not my kind of thing. I disagree with that, but I mean, I think those those are possibilities. Like John Tester, that's one that just came up recently. Can Tester win? Is he going to lose for sure? Is he going to win? I could see it either way. I said right now he hangs on, but then there is the Trump turnout. Maybe Tester goes down. I mean, this guy has won 3 terms. He's a reasonable fit for the state. Let's get back to the comments. Cruz pulls another Cancun. I'm not really sure what we're talking about there. Is that where he goes down to Cancun? I think, God, I think I almost forgot about that. But okay. Some of these Texas races in the U.S. House, these are going to be ones to potentially take a look at. But there's just so many here. It's going to be hard to follow. Maybe there'll be an upset. It could be a race that was under the radar and it catches everybody by surprise. We'll see if Allred can avoid a runoff. Can he get to 50%? I would say probably, but who knows? Yeah, anything could happen. Now that's the key. That's the key right there. I mean, I think over the last 5 years, 6, 7 years for sure, we've all been wrong on a couple of predictions. I mean, there's been surprises. And pretty much everybody points to some stat that they like, and they say that's going to happen next time. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. The Cruz is not really a likable guy. At least maybe I'm wrong. Maybe everybody loves this guy now, but I always thought he's not really that likable. And I think that was a factor in it being so close back in 18. But I think he's gone up since then. But yeah, you never know what Cruz is going to do. Okay, Vermont. Trump still leading there. Not a ton of vote in, 21%. We've got Tennessee. Here's another one. Let's take a look at that. Tennessee. It's already called for Trump. He's almost at 80% here. Haley, under 18%. All right. There's a lot of tabs up here. Biden wins Oklahoma Democratic primary. I'm going to have to close some of these tabs. Okay. So far, nothing terribly exciting though. Lot going on, but no upsets in the works. Unless unless Vermont Haley pulls it out. The needle has her at winning it by 1.3. So we'll see how accurate that ends up panning out. But other than that, Trump is really cruising here in all the states, which is what everybody said. 58 in Virginia. What do we got in Fairfax? Still only 9% in Fairfax. So that should narrow up. That should narrow the overall margin because there's a lot of vote there, I would assume, for Haley. Haley does claim Charlotte County, though, by 50 points. Olivia, hey, thanks for stopping by. You made it. It's never too late. It's still early, so not much happening, but Trump is leading pretty much across the board. He's already got some in the bag. He's got Virginia, Oklahoma, almost North Carolina. Mark Walker is down. All right. A lot of House districts. We'll come back to those. Got to keep it moving. Okay, we got a quarter of the vote in Vermont. Yeah, this is narrow. The needle says Haley's going to win it by 1.5. We'll see if that's true. That's really the only place Haley has a shot, but Massachusetts, that's the other place. Now we've got some results here. Less than 1% here. Haley's in the lead. This will be interesting to see. But again, I've said it earlier. It depends on which of these states have open and closed and semi-open primaries, because if you can cross over and vote, or if you could change your registration a month ago and vote in the Republican primary, if you're a Democrat, some of them are going to cross over. It's hard to say how many, but generally Haley's going to do better with independent leaning Democrats or Democrats that do feel like entering the Republican primary if it's open. It's tough to say that Trump takes the lead right there. It's tough to say how much a primary is going to mean for the general election. I think primaries don't really mean that much. Not sure why those messages were retracted. Johnson lead for the House and Collins seat. God, there's going to be a lot of tabs going back and forth. I got to filter some of these out. I don't think we need Politico. We could come back to it if we need it. I'm going to shut some of these down. Let's see, any updates here? All right, we'll come back to that. Man, there's a. I know if we're gonna look at all the House races, I know this is gonna be a lot of going back and forth. Wow, look at that narrow lead for Trump. 0.05%. Oh, it looks like Virginia is actually auto-updating again. It totally stopped for a while. Trump at 78 in Oklahoma. That race is already called. Texas, Trump having these massive margins. I mean, he's not outside of Vermont. He's winning by a ton. Want to see what happens here. Travis County. We've got 35 in Travis, and Trump is actually leading pretty good here still. So if that holds, if Haley can't even get within 20 points in Travis, that's a total wipeout. Biden at under 90% and Colin Allred at 70. He's killing it in Dallas. He is from the Dallas suburbs. And he's leading by a ton in Harris. Looks like he's going to avoid a runoff. Well, he's losing this county. And he's losing Cameron down at the border. All right, let's. Tennessee called for Trump. Trump at 78. Massachusetts. Trump in the lead there. Alabama. Let's take a look at that. Trump has 80%, less than 1% of the vote in. Let's take a look at the House. This is the two Republicans going at it in the first district. Carl and Moore. That one, last I checked, that one is completely up in the air. Let's see. Okay. Great thing about living in New England. Vermont close by for some reason. Dem primary in New York, North Carolina, excuse me, uncalled by major networks. I'm not sure. I saw AP called North Carolina governor for Stein and Robinson. I saw that. Will Haley drop out tonight? I mean, I had that poll out asking if she'll drop. Most people said, I think yes, somewhere around 2 to 1. I mean, it could be tomorrow. If it's tomorrow, does that also count as tonight? I don't know. I thought she might not even make it to Super Tuesday, but it's tough. I mean, I would think she would drop out because she's not going to have anywhere to go from here. But maybe she wants to still bring in the donations, keep it going, be the backup candidate. Maybe. But I would guess she would kind of drop out shortly after this, assuming things go the way they look, where she wins maybe nothing, maybe Vermont. So here's the, maybe this map will help. So what do we got coming up? We've got to look at Arkansas. That actually should be closed right now. I think we just hit 8:30. Not that I expect anything out of Arkansas. And then we'll be looking at Colorado and Minnesota. But otherwise, all these races are called for Trump: Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Maine. We haven't not we have yeah, we've got to look at Maine. I forgot to look at Maine. That slipped through. Let's see what we've got here. So many states, hard to keep up. So Trump winning that one. And a lot of these other states, they're going to have their primaries later on for the other offices. But Texas, California, North Carolina, they're having their primaries also for the other major offices. I think it's too early to have it in March. I'd rather see it happen later on, May, June, maybe July. But some states want to have it 8 months out. So that's what it is. All right, there's talk about presidential elections being abused to use donations and spend it on consulting industry. I mean, I would believe that. There's tons of money flowing in and out, and these candidates are like major corporations for the time that they're running for office. Tons of money that they're pulling in. And it would be nice to get money out of politics in a lot of ways. But then there's going to be some backlash from probably certain media outlets that are going to lose money on ad buys and probably plenty of other tangential industries as well. California's going to have a ton. No way we could follow all that, but we'll try. Everything's updating. I like that. Virginia snapped out of it. Hmm. Maine is your sleeper pick? How close is it going to swing toward the GOP in the general? I don't know. I mean, because the polling had there's not a lot of polls for Maine, but that the recent one did show Trump ahead by like 6, but only in the 30s. So my assumption is there are some Biden voters there that are withholding their support for now, but in 7 months, 8 months, they're going to be scared by Trump and Biden's probably going to put out some executive orders to entice the base, and a lot of them are going to come back. So I still think Biden's going to win Maine at large. Trump's going to get that second congressional district, possibly by more than 10 points. Biden's going to win the first, also by over 10. But at large, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be single digits. I don't think that's a huge, bold call. Trump got close there in 16, under 5 points. I could see something like that, maybe. But that's kind of a wait and see. I'm not ready to think that Maine is actually going to be in the conversation of being competitive at large in the general election. All right, Haley jumps ahead here in Vermont. And the needle says she's going to win by 2.3. So Haley might be getting Vermont in addition to D.C. It's close. Yep. Oh, I'm on it. I'm on it. I actually looked before I saw these comments. Why is Phillips winning Cimarron County? It depends how much of the vote is. Is there a ton of the vote in? If it's like 5-10%. Um, Massachusetts. Okay, yeah, it's close. No votes here. Is this where Phillips is winning? Cimarron, Oklahoma? I don't know how many Democrats are even in these rural counties in Oklahoma. I know there's a lot of large native population, but in some of these places around Tulsa, um, yeah, I'm sure Haley would get a lot of Baker voters. Yeah, did Baker endorse? I didn't hear anything. I heard Phil Scott, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins. Hey, look at that. Asa Hutchinson. He's in third in his home state. We'll come back to these House races. Not a lot of vote in just yet. Let's go back to Texas. Let's see what Allred is doing. He's still around 70. Cruz is under 90, if that means anything. Sheila Jackson Lee. She's going again for the U.S. House after her run for mayor of Houston. This is way much more action than Iowa and New Hampshire. That was like one page for hours, basically. All the Asa votes are relatives? Probably. Can Haley make Alaska and Utah competitive? Um, I would not think. You got to define competitive. I mean, relative to this primary, competitive could be with like 15 points technically. I don't consider that competitive. It would have to at least be single digits. But I don't. I wouldn't think she's gonna get it that close. But I would still think Trump should be able to win those states by 20 plus. But you never know. Dan Crenshaw. Uh, okay, I could go down there. Let's see. Here. Here's Crenshaw. I haven't really followed what kind of opposition he's getting. But I mean, it's kind of close. I mean, Crenshaw's leading by like 18 points, but he's getting some competition here. This is not a complete blowout for Crenshaw. He's going to face Peter Filler. Nice name. Yeah, I would not think Alaska or Utah would be under 15. I mean, that's just my guess. I wouldn't even think under 20. But again, it depends on what kind of crossover vote there is. Because there's so many states trying to figure out which states have semi-open primaries and how far back you could change your registration. That makes it more complicated. If it's just purely Republicans in those states, then no, I don't really think it would get that competitive. Okay, there's Pulaski. And again, thanks for stopping by to everybody, even if you're just lurking in the background. It's great to have you here on this 2 year stream on Super Tuesday. Um, we're gonna be here a little while, so remember to like, share, subscribe. Whatever you'd like to do to support the channel, we are over 2,200 subscribers now. That's great. Hit the big 2,000 a few weeks ago. Okay, let's go back to Vermont. Haley clinging to a narrow lead. Both primaries in Texas Senate, they're uncalled. I mean, I assume the major networks know where the outstanding vote is, exactly what the margins should be. But because Allred has, I mean, they have to avoid a runoff in Texas. I mean, Cruz, I mean, there's no way he's not going to avoid a runoff and win this thing. And Allred, let's see, Allred has a little bit of competition here in South Texas. He's definitely dropping off outside of his Dallas Fort Worth area. Even with Peltola in Alaska, I think it's a little smaller, but bluer to West Virginia. Not sure exactly what that one means, but I mean, Alaska's trending, it's trended left, that's for sure. They've got the ranked choice voting. That makes it all complicated where they have a top four going to the general election. I don't like that. I really don't like that at all. But there actually is, I haven't checked on it lately, but there was a referendum to remove ranked choice voting in Alaska. I thought that was gathering signatures. Maybe it qualified. I don't know. In Alaska, that could be something to take a look at. Or maybe it's already defeated. I don't know. But I know they wanted to try to remove ranked choice there. Now that they tried it out for a couple of years. 2002 years? Yep. I mean, I put out over 800 videos. I mean, the first 6 months, very, very slow on the channel. It would have been nice to be at about 3 or 4,000 by now, but we're getting there. Moore is beating Carl. Yeah, here's that race. Only 3% in though. We'll check on this one in a little while. Did Trump endorse in that? I thought he did, but so many races, can't remember all the endorsements. North Carolina Attorney General and Governor. Yeah, we haven't looked at that in maybe 10, 15 minutes. Let's see what we've got. 38% in. It's called for Stein and it's called for Robinson. Stein has a bigger lead. And here's Mark H. Robinson, Lieutenant Governor, Democratic side. He's not going to make it, but Attorney General. Oh, yeah, that is another race. Jeff Jackson, who declined to run for a second term in the U.S. House. He's going in for Attorney General. He's going to face Dan Bishop. So, two House guys, general election for Attorney General. That is going to be a big race. Not as big as the governor's race, but that's a notable race. Okay. You feel bad for Lee, but she's very partisan. Don't think she's a great rep. Barbara Lee in California? Is that what we're talking about? Trump endorsed Carl? Yeah, I'd have to look that up. I thought he might have endorsed somebody, but yeah, Western. It's going hard for Jackson. Well, relatively hard. Yeah, Barbara Lee. We'll be taking a look at that race. Maybe there's a late surge for Lee. Maybe she somehow does not get in fourth place, but it's probably going to be fourth place. But the top two, that's going to be the action. Got to see if it's going to be Schiff and Garvey. Is it going to be Garvey and Porter? Or is it going to be Schiff and Porter? I've got that community poll out the other day. Should be a good race to watch. That's going to go late on the West Coast. Still got some time for that one. And at this point, I'm going to step away for just 1 minute. Quick break. Be right back. All right. So we're back at it here. So, again, thanks to everybody showing up, even if it's for just 10, 15 minutes, or if you're going to be here for a few hours, that's great. It's Super Tuesday time, plus 2 years on the channel. They just happen to line up. Trump back in the lead in Vermont. Look at that. Okay. Could Stein give the Democrats a boost in 26 for the North Carolina Senate? Nichols an interesting candidate. Uh, yeah, I would think. See, those guys, those were the guys who got gerrymandered out, and or Jackson did for sure, and Nickel. Well, there were three seats that flipped, or that are gonna flip in North Carolina from the new map, and those candidates seem to want to run for other offices, and they're probably going to be run decent races for the statewide elections. So North Carolina, I mean, it's not. It's a competitive state. Somebody could make a run there for the Senate against Tom Tillis. Definitely a possibility. Yeah, Jackson, the gerrymander. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who's gonna win that. If he's gonna go up against Bishop, that's I don't know. You hope Ayotte wins in New Hampshire. I know. I know we've had some comments. I know you follow New Hampshire politics. That's great. Haley crushed in Harris County. All right, we can confirm that. Let's take a look. Yeah, total blowout. Even in Travis, Haley down by 23. Yeah, I would. I mean, again, it's early, but I would think Craig in New Hampshire had the more establishment backing, and I think she had some more union vote. I mean, again, I'd have to pull up that race, take a look at the endorsements, but Warmington would be better for, okay, to go up against Ayotte, or it's going to be a great race. I mean, when Sununu or Sununu, however you want to say it, when he first ran and won, uh, it was it was close. It was very close. Back in 16, he he pulled off the win, and he has maintained his sky high popularity. Okay, Massachusetts called for Trump here. And this is interesting. The range here for Trump is plus 47 to Haley plus nothing. I mean, if it's zero, they couldn't just put a zero in there? All right. You don't think Democrats are going to waste votes for Haley in an important state like Texas? Okay. You don't think Robinson has the temperament to be governor? I'm sure we're going to hear all about that. He's probably going to be the. He could win. He easily could win. I mean, this is North Carolina, but he's looks like he's going to be the Donald Trump of North Carolina, or the Kari Lake maybe. of North Carolina. Sununu was down by 12 when he first ran. I mean, I don't know how far out we're talking about, but I do remember that was a close one. And we got, what about Phil Scott next door? I think him and Bernie are like the two last people now to decide if they're going to run again. Actually, John Barrasso, I think he unofficially is not, he's not officially announced what he's going to do, but that's Wyoming. I want to know if Phil Scott is going to run for another term in Vermont. He's super popular, but a lot of people also don't like him. But aside from that, I'm just interested in the electoral side of it. I want to see if he's going to run again and win by another 40, 50 point margin. So Trump has Maine. He's got it all in the bag. He's just knocking these states off one by one. So polls closing here momentarily in Colorado and Minnesota. He's good for his, yeah, he's in his 80s. He seems way above Biden. He's even older than Biden in terms of mental acuity. Vermont, yeah, it used to be one of the probably the most Republican state out there for a long, long time. And then it changed, and now it's completely a blue state. The bluest state with the most popular Republican governor. Sounds weird on paper. Trump, every county here in Oklahoma, Virginia, still only 35 in Fairfax. Vermont, this is the nail biter. Minnesota, yeah, that is Philip's home state. Can't forget about that. I mean, I don't know what he's going to get there. Could he crack 10? Depends if Haley wins Vermont if he runs for re-election. Has he said that? Maybe that's what he's waiting for behind the scenes. I don't know why that really even matters. I mean, if he wants to be governor, then he should do whatever he wants to do. All right, can we get in on Minnesota and Colorado? Nothing yet. Polls have closed, though. Phillips will drop out. Seems reasonable enough to me. Okay. Here's some Arkansas. There's a ton of action here, but there's just no real races where the balance of power is at stake. Okay, Texas called for Trump. Not a surprise. Okay, Cruz. It's called for Cruz. All red. He's down under 70 now, but still a significant lead with almost half of the vote in. Here's Colorado. We got our first dump. Haley, she's ahead. That is right there. Denver County. 92% of the vote in. Hey, not bad. Probably going to be mostly downhill for Haley. Not in every county, but most of them. You think Trump wins Vermont by a point? He could. The needle, though, says he's not. If he loses Vermont, will he claim he lost it on purpose? I don't. I don't know if he did. He claim he lost DC on purpose. I heard that he said that it makes sense Haley won or something because that's the swamp. It's lobbyists, whatever he said. He could say something like that. I don't think people are really going to care. I mean, there's so many states having an election today that Trump takes the lead now in Colorado that if he lost one state out of 15 or whatever, it really blends in. He's going to be able to say he won almost everything. Stein seems more moderate than Robinson. I always pick the more moderate candidate. Well, that's partly why in my governor's prediction the other day, I did give it to Stein by a tilt. I That's kind of what I think, but I don't know. Robinson could get people fired up to vote Republican. Cruz called. Yep, I pointed that out. Rando back. You're back in it. Do I want a blurry picture of Wilmington, Delaware? You just took. I don't know how you're going to show that off, but whatever makes you enjoy the stream a little bit more. I think that's if you're not hurting anybody. Haley plus 11. I think that was Colorado before it flipped. Was Vermont called? Nah, this is going down to the wire. DeSantis pulling in 1.9 there. That's something. Chris Christie, 1.6 there. In case you wonder why both candidates are under 49. All right, yeah, there's still some outstanding vote here. Okay, North Carolina. Jackson. He's at 55, an attorney general. A lot of these House races are called. Still looking at a few of them. A lot of retirements this year, actually, in the House. There's a ton. All right. Minnesota, nothing yet. Colorado's already at 32. Let's see. Maine. I mean, these are already called for Trump. Now, Arkansas, I think that's new, called for Trump. And Trump is he's really got huge margins in these states. He's in the 70s. Massachusetts, a little less so, but he's still over 60 as of now. Tennessee, huge for Trump. Okay, let's see. If Haley can't win, Bernie Sanders is okay. If Haley can't win, yeah, if she can't win, even if she wins one of these, I mean, that's not going to do a whole lot. I don't think. Trump is underperforming in Vermont. Were there polls in Vermont in this primary? And then is it an open primary? Who is there a crossover? I don't know. It's too many states to track which states have which rules, which primaries are open. It's a lot there. Yeah, trust the needle. Except when it had Chris Christie or whatever leading in Oklahoma. No, actually, I think the needle was right back then, but everything else was wrong. Still not even half, not even half of the vote in Vermont. Nothing in Minnesota. Colorado, we got some more in here. 40%. Okay. So there was a poll, Trump at 61, Haley 37 in February. Yeah, that's recent. Recent enough. Christie wins Alberta. Colorado closed 10 minutes ago. Yeah, but there's is Colorado's a mail-in state though, I believe. All right, we got something here. There it is. All right. Boom. First results in Minnesota. It's all right here in this random county. Colorado called right when I get off of it. Okay. Not a surprise. Early vote. And isn't it all mail? Is it all mail in? All right. Let's make the rounds again. Virginia, one of the first states to close. They're at 86. Big win, big win for Trump. Almost 30 points. It's 10% here in Burlington. Haley at 75. Okay, it snuck in right as I was like tabbing up to Minnesota. I get it. I get it. Okay. A lot of states, different rules on ballots and voting. Really gets complicated remembering all these different rules. At least everything is auto updating now. So we're waiting on a lot still. Let's see what. Okay, Allred still at 65, but he's doing weak here in South Texas. Hmm. So next up, top of the hour, we've got Utah, then California, and then Alaska, but it's going to be late. Less than 1% in Minnesota. Okay, where are we? Phillips, Warner County in Oklahoma. Okay, I could pull that up. Oh, here's the other link. Got it. Okay, this is what you were talking about from before. Gotcha. Yeah, that's interesting. There's not many votes here at all, but Philip, is that how many counties has this guy won ever? This number one? There's nobody in this county. At least no Democrats. Interesting. It's always fun to see these like outlier counties. Um, can't believe people in Denver voted for Trump. Well, Denver County, Haley's up by 10. I don't know why they're not calling it for all red. I mean, maybe South Texas because he's doing weak in South Texas. Maybe that keeps him under 50% because there are runoffs in that Texas Senate election. So that's the only thing I can think of. Still 47 in here in Vermont. Yeah, I know. I'm also not a fan of slow vote counting. I mean, you got to give them a little bit of time, but then when it's like 2, 3 hours later and it's still not even half in, I mean, it could be worse. It could be worse than this. If we're still sitting here in like an hour and a half and it's at like 60%, yeah, that's going to be pretty pathetic. Ah, okay. Really not much to look at here in Tennessee. And let's get an update on Alabama. What's going on here? Only 8% in. That's not enough. Second district, Dems are probably going to flip this one. Got a close battle so far. Seems to have slowed down here in Vermont. Stuck at 47. Trump in Texas, he dominated. He's at 76 right now. I mean, that's almost a 50-point lead. Actually, almost 60, excuse me. There's still no more vote here in Travis, but he still has a 23-point lead there. Virginia's up to 88%. Yeah, just look at that vote total here. In Cimarron County, the Democrats combined for 21 votes, and the Republicans, they're at like 330. So that's what's going on in rural Oklahoma right now in the panhandle. Some states have exit polling tonight. I don't remember which ones they are. That'll be kind of interesting to see, but again, it's a primary. We're 8 months out. A lot can change. But again, thanks for everybody to showing up for the stream. I know there's probably a ton of other streams going on, but for whatever reason, you're enjoying this channel. You like this content, you like the stream. So great to have you stopping by. Plus, we've got 2 years today on the channel. Big milestone. We're over 2,000 subs. We hit that a few weeks ago. We're going for 3, then 4,000, and so on. Colorado is really, they're cruising here. They're up to 73%. Virginia and Vermont could take a page out of Colorado. Okay, Vermont now, 49%. Trump's still leading. But the needle says in the end it's going to flip toward Haley. Burlington 10% in. Haley with a massive lead. A million subs in one day? That would be pretty overwhelming. I don't think that's going to happen, but getting to the next 1,000. That's always nice. I mean, part of it is also the sharing. I don't. Some people share. They share the videos. They spread the word. That helps. There's a ton of political channels out there. I don't even really see what other people are doing anymore. Focused on my own channel and other things going on, so I don't really look at what other people are doing much anymore. But a lot of variety of content on here. Got a brand new spinner battle going. Recent presidents. We're doing it. Should be Saturdays. Trying to put out one video every day at least. Sometimes it's challenging sometimes. Can't cover everything, but we're doing a stream. There's North Carolina Attorney General. There's also runoffs here. Some states have runoffs. There's so many different rules. Okay, 1% in Minnesota. We got to see what happens here in Ramsey and Hennepin. Probably going to be decent counties for Haley, relatively speaking. You're staying up for California Senate? Yeah, that's probably the most exciting one out of everything going in. That's the one thing I wanted to see probably the most. I don't really care for the top two primary there, but we got to see what happens. Okay, you support different parties and the governor's races. Interesting. Million subs in a day? Yeah, that'd be too crazy for anybody. I mean, 10,000 this year. That would be something. That would be way beyond the expectations, but you never know. There's a lot of time. I Sometimes it's about catching the algorithm. Sometimes they put up a video and somehow just takes off, even though it's really not anything special. Just happens to be feeding the algorithm. It's not necessarily the quality of the content. But yeah, I mean, try to keep it mostly unbiased when it comes to calling elections. I mean, it's easy to do that. Just talk about what's happening. I try to look at both sides. Certain issues, there's going to be certain opinions, but for the most part, try to keep it toward the middle. Jackson Lee is in the lead in Texas. Yeah, I pointed that out a little while ago. She was like at 65. Oh yeah, we've got a lot of down ballot races here in Texas. Some of these might be exciting. Here's a close one on the Supreme Court, 51 to 49. That could be something for the Republican side. But Sheila Jackson Lee, yeah, she's at 62 there. All right. Yeah, it seemed like she didn't really even make it that close in her run for Houston mayor. But she's going back into the House. John Whitmire wins that race for Houston mayor. That was, I mean, that guy's been in the state senate for forever. So he finally got out of that, and he's going to be the mayor of Houston. California Senate, big state. Who's going to make it to the top two? Twin Cities going to Haley. Like, she wins it, or she just makes it more competitive? Because I don't know if she's going to win them. Maybe. Then again, like, which states are open? I can't. I can't remember. There was too much to look up. I figured we'll just do it as it happens. And okay, yeah, the state is called for Trump. He wins it. Am I an independent? Well, I usually don't go way into what I'm doing. The only thing I could say is got a wide mix of views, and if you've watched that video about why both parties suck, that tells you some about what I think. But I'm just here to talk about what happens. You're Phillips lost his home state. That's true. Um, you hear from Red Eagle. It's quiet here. Okay, well, why'd you stop by here? That's the question. That's great that you're here, but is it you like it more cozy atmosphere? That might be it. And or maybe it's bad that it's quiet here. Maybe there's not enough people in here. What have we got in here? Gotta check once in a while. 16, 14. Hmm. Yeah, not a ton of people in here. That's true. But then I'm able to look at more of the comments. Garvey and Porter. Yeah, Garvey came out of nowhere. I think Republicans seem to have given up on that state since the recall with Newsom and Larry Elder. But all of a sudden, Steve Garvey comes into this thing, and he's looking at one of the top two spots. But then in the general, I mean, he's going to take a loss if he makes it. It would be interesting if it was Schiff and Porter. But it already looks like, yeah, Porter not endearing herself with the establishment. Here's the Colorado counties. She gets picked in. Yeah, Garvey. I know he was in the lead in one of those polls from last week, but in the general election, I don't know if Garvey. I don't know if he can get it under 20. I mean, this is California. It's. I mean, last time I remember it was Dianne Feinstein and Kevin De Leon. They went to the general, two Democrats. Um, there's Denver County. Yeah, Haley up by 12 or 10, excuse me. What's going on in Vermont? This is such a slow count, 52%. But Haley's expected total has gone up a little bit. She's up to 2.7. Burlington is still super slow. How about North Carolina? Ooh, Jackson down under 55. Starting to get a little bit late, but it's still plenty coming up. We're waiting on California. That's the big one. Is your delegate tracker and the upcoming races, by the way. Look at this: Georgia, Mississippi, Washington, and then Ohio. Ohio, they're going to have their Senate election primary. So we're going to start to narrow that race down a little bit to see who's going to go up against Sherrod Brown. That's going to be great stuff. Okay. A lot of news. I don't know what the networks are showing. I don't know if anybody's given a speech or what they've got going on. Yeah, Garvey cracking 40. I know that's kind of what I'm thinking too. I don't know if he'd be able to get it even under 20 points. Vermont is close. Oh, Rick C., thanks for showing up. And the Senate debate in California, I saw some clips of it, and Garvey did seem a little weak, but maybe the rest of it, he was more exciting and on point. I don't know. Wow, a lot of these places, zero votes in. Uh, where's Haley doing well here? Well, here's her heat map for where she's doing her best. You were sitting by a fire in New Hampshire. Your grandfather was listening to Art Levin, Fox News. He wouldn't turn it off. That's the story. Okay. Yeah, I haven't done a deep dive into Vermont lately. Probably since the last governor's election. It's a small state, but yeah, a lot of A lot of places to look at. If you happen to know all these local spots, that's impressive. But yeah, this is narrow. But Haley's probably gonna win it, according to the needle. Can we trust the needle? Dolan looks like he's gaining support. LaRose will be popular. LaRose won't be popular like people thought. Yeah, LaRose seems to have slipped a little bit, maybe since the abortion vote a few months ago. But I saw Marino was rising up, and he's got that Trump endorsement. That's valuable in a Republican primary in Ohio. It's going to be a close one. Dolan responding to LaRose and Marino not calling out Majewski about his comments. I'm gonna have to look that one up. I've got to see what he said. Um. Oh, Special Olympics. I don't know. I don't know how much the primary is coming up. I don't know how much it's really gonna matter. I mean, Dolan was supposed to be the most moderate of all of them, but then he's got to get that Trump vote, so he tries to. It kind of like what Josh Mandel did. Everybody has to play to the Trump base in Ohio in a primary for the GOP. The needle's always right. And trust the needle until it's wrong. Um, Virginia is still 90% in. They were the first state to close, along with Vermont. Wow, Trump in the 80s now. Look at these counties. All right, let's go back to Texas. I don't know why the vote in Travis has not budged. Still waiting to see what happens here in this Senate election. But it's clear that Allred is doing his worst. Down at, near the border, South Texas. Tennessee, a landslide for Trump. Massachusetts, I'm going to say that's a landslide if that holds. I'd say anything over 15, that's got to be a landslide. Certainly 20. Alabama, we got to look at this U.S. House race. Well, only 10% of the vote in. That's not enough. North Carolina. So yeah, make yourselves comfortable. Hopefully everybody's got a comfy chair or couch or whatever you're doing. Grab something to eat, whatever you've got to do to enjoy the stream and follow these results. All right. Primal B, hello, just started watching your channel this month. I like your coverage for its balance and also like the more lighthearted spinner and dice battle. There you go. Great comment. Great to have a new viewer enjoying a variety of content. Big range. Good stuff. Yeah, Special Olympics. I looked that up. Montana Senate race. Yeah, that's true. Montana and Ohio. Because West Virginia is pretty much an instant flip. Republicans picking that up. I know in my Senate prediction, I have Florida as leans Republican. Every time I do it, people object in the comments a lot of times. Okay, immigration. Collins support heard him in South Texas. Radio voice. I like that. I do get that once in a while. Not just on here either. Heard that for a long time, every now and again. With some videos, it's different. Sometimes you're just in a different mood. Your voice sounds a little bit different. You're sitting a different way. It can't all be the same. But if it's soothing for you, that's great. Maybe some people don't like it. Maybe some people they just can't stand it. But there's probably not many of them. All right, so what's coming up? We've got Utah. That's coming up in about 15, 16 minutes. And then it's California. Here's Vermont. This is going to be the most exciting one. It's less than a 1 point advantage for Trump. Biden lost American Samoa. I'll, I'm not sure if that's even on New York Times. If it is, I don't know how to get to it easily, but that's that is funny. If somebody can confirm that. I got so many tabs open. I don't want to lose track and try to pull up Politico or something. Am I staying up for Alaska? Uh, Alaska usually counts so slow. Like that could take. It usually takes a long time, like days, if not weeks. So I can't. That's probably not going to happen. But maybe at the very beginning to see what it shows. But I mean, at some point, here are the poll closing times. I think we could shut this. I don't think we need this tab anymore. Um, at some point, the stream is going to have to end. But and here's some other guide. Again, haven't shown this in like an hour or two. Some other races to watch. A lot of these are more local, but some state Supreme Court elections, we've got prosecutors in some big counties, Harris, Los Angeles, and Travis. These are the big U.S. House races to watch. We've got some county elections. We've got elections for mayor in Sacramento, San Diego, Burlington. We've got school board and some referendums in California, some local referendums. So there's a ton going on. Yeah, let's do some more Vermont. Here it is. It's tightening up. Do we got anything more here? Burlington's still sitting at 10. Did they have American Samoa here on New York Times? Yeah, let's get the live updates. What do they have to say? Hmm. All right. Dean Phillips. Yeah, he kind of damaged his reputation with the establishment going against Biden. Mark Robinson finished his speech quick. I don't know why he finished it quick. Josh Stein says Robinson, his platform is disturbing. Well, I'm sure we're going to hear a ton of that. All right, back to Vermont. Trump might only lose Vermont. That's true. He did lose Washington, D.C. the other day, but is Haley going to drop out? That's the question. I mean, I like to keep possibilities open. I don't want to count people out unless it's overwhelming. But I don't see how Haley can do anything after this unless somehow Trump just says he's going to drop out or has some serious health concern or something with the trials, something significant. Because there's no way Haley is really going to be able to do anything here. They just don't want her in these states. They didn't want her in her home state. And we still got to see who Trump's going to pick for his running mate. That's still going on. That is going to be crazy. I've said Tim Scott for a long time. Tim Scott is the guy I picked, and he's in the running. Maybe it's not him. Maybe it's Kristi Noem. Maybe he goes Vivek Ramaswamy. Maybe he goes Elise Stefanik. Maybe he does go Nikki Haley, or he goes outside the box, Tulsi Gabbard, something like that. You're gonna take a shower before the big steak comes in. All right, sounds good. Vermin Supreme, the guy with the boot, right? I remember Vermin Supreme. He runs like every year. Yeah, Scott Brown. He goes to New Hampshire and he almost won, but he didn't. Wikipedia has it. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I don't want to ruin all the tabs right now. We got to cycle through them. There's a lot of tabs. Oh, Maine, 41 in Maine. This is a tough county to pronounce. I think there's a lot of tough counties and or cities in Maine. I know I've seen some weird I guess there's a lot of places, depending on where you look. But Colorado, Trump, he's over 60. None of these are really competitive except for Vermont. It's the only one that's really competitive within 10, even within 15 or 20. I mean, if Haley's claim is she got one state within 20 points, that is that's nothing. All right. They not want her in Texas because Trump did well in South by the border. Well, she's not winning anything, so I mean, it's going to be a combination of not wanting Haley and wanting Trump for various reasons. Trump's age is not really dragging him down in this primary. But the general election could be a different story. I want to see what kind of campaigning Biden is going to do, Trump, debates. We know they're both going to pull in a ton of money. They're going to get the endorsements. There's going to be celebrity endorsements. Some people care about that. Scott Brown endorsed Ayotte. I mean, that I can believe. I haven't heard much about Scott Brown since he took that loss. That would have been impressive if he won two states for the U.S. Senate. Ooh, we're getting the fun facts now about Maine. Interesting. That's good. The more people in here, the more territory we can cover with detailed results. 16 people during the election in 23 a few months ago. And we were getting 40 people at that point. So here we are. I guess a primary is just not the same thing as a general election because none of this is really all that competitive except for this state right here, the Green Mountain State. Okay, so she was not she was born in Caribou. Democrats voted for Haley. Yeah, is that an open primary? I should know some of these things, but and how far back did you have to declare you want to vote in the other primary, or how? There's so many different rules. Yeah, there's usually some people in different states that really they know a ton about the area. That's great. I mean, nobody can really know everything. The trick is to know a little bit about a lot. That's what I try to do, at least know a little bit about what's happening all over. You're waiting for the Kentucky primary in May. What are you looking at in that one? Your congressional district is CT5. District got more competitive. Okay. Oh, right. I do think you mentioned that in a previous comment. That is, isn't that two is the most competitive, right? That's the Johanna Hayes. Is that the second district? Or maybe that's five. You know, there's two districts that are marginally competitive. Haley took the lead in Vermont. Let's refresh just in case. Nope, not according to this. But I'm assuming it's going to change. Okay, five is Hayes. So then that is the competitive one. Yeah, two is Corey. Yeah, two and five are the competitive ones. Well, five for sure, right? Two a little competitive, but not really. Yeah, Massachusetts, that is true. It's a state you'd think that Haley would do better in, but I mean, we got this only 22% in. Yeah, Courtney, 18. Yeah, that was talked about though as being a little bit competitive, and I always thought it wasn't really going to be close. And 18 points, yeah, that's nothing. But the other three districts are completely off the table. They're landslides. Connecticut, the map there, I mean, that seems like that's not a favorable, that that is an unfair map. I mean, all those districts are slanted toward the Dems there. Republicans have only really a chance in the one. It's up for debate how you want to define fair, but when I reviewed the Connecticut map, it's not really that it's not that fair of a map. There's no question about it because the Republicans were getting close to 40% of the statewide vote in the House, something like that, and they're not getting any districts. If Haley took the lead here, it's still not showing it. Haley popped off since 3 hours ago. CT2 closer down ballot. Yeah, one of those is in the quiet corner, right? Let's pull up Utah. Let's get it up. It's about time. Nothing yet. Yeah, not a fair map in Connecticut. That goes under the radar as a gerrymandered map. All right, let's quickly dive into Alabama. Here's this, it's 22% in. It's getting close here between Moore and Carl. I can't remember which if Trump even endorsed in this race. Forgot all about it. Haley still trailing here in Vermont, but it's only 149 votes. North Carolina. This says, yeah, the 8th district. That's the competitive one. It is close, but with 95 in, looks like Harris has it. All right. anything here in Texas. Okay, Allred is back over 60 now. So he's running it up huge here from his home area, Dallas, Fort Worth. Here we go. Here's some Utah coming in. I don't know where that's coming in from. That must just be early vote from somewhere. Uh, Vermont, yeah. I guess depends how you define irrelevant. It's fun to see Phil Scott run up the margin there, even if you don't like Phil Scott, to see some like 45-point margin of victory for Phil Scott. Yeah, it seems like Haley would do better in Colorado and Massachusetts, but you never know what's going to happen. Just keep your options open on your expectations. I mean, this is like 8 months out from an election. So much could happen. Everything could change. I mean, right now the polls look good for Trump, but will they in 2 months? What about 4 months? What about 7 months? Okay, let's. There we go. There it is. Now it's official. Haley opens up a 1.6 lead. But she's having the most success in all the places Trump does not care about. He's not speaking to these voters in D.C. and in Vermont. I mean, I've seen Haley try to cast herself as the outsider and going up against the establishment, but I mean, she's just not what voters are looking for. The establishment likes Haley. It's true, some of the RNC stuff, some of the state parties, some of it does favor Trump sometimes. But Haley winning DC, that that shows you who DC likes. I mean, there's hard. What is there like? 15 Republicans in DC. Oh yeah, yeah. There's a lot going on, but yeah, we're not really seeing anything mind blowing here. I think Utah does have. That's a mail-in state, if I can recall. All right, let's Burlington. Should we look at it? Okay, there. All of a sudden, Burlington goes from 10% to everything. Boom, just like that. So that's where Haley surged. Insiders like Haley, yep. Montpelier has 0 in. So, yeah. Trump doing better in Massachusetts. That's true. Yeah, the border. You don't necessarily have to be in Arizona or Texas to have the border be an issue. All right, here's a little bit more coming in. Not much. There's very, very little here. Let's see. Anything change? Nope, all red. Probably going to avoid a runoff in Texas. Cruz under 90%. Doesn't really matter, but he's under 90. There's a lot of house races here. There's a ton. It's hard to really go through all these. Maybe there's an upset somewhere that I haven't noticed. Way too much to really look at. But Trump really sailed in every state except for Vermont. Massachusetts is like a 30-point lead for Trump. I mean, it could narrow up a little, but it's still going to be over 20 probably. Maine, huge win there for Trump. 29-point advantage here in Colorado. Minnesota. We got anything here? Ramsey and Hennepin, nothing. Haley probably going to do her best here, but you never know. Probably let's Virginia also. That is still trickling in. Haley dominated here in Fairfax. Not really a surprise. She gets 18, gets it by 18. And yeah, even in Arlington and Alexandria, she hit 70 there. But in Loudoun, Trump wins it by 6. But there's still a little bit of vote out, but he's up by 6. But not in Fairfax. Okay. Binkley, 2 votes in Utah. I saw the 2 votes there for Binkley. Colorado migrants. Well, how's Jared Polis doing there? I mean, he seems to be popular, so who knows? North Carolina lieutenant governor race. And we could glance at that one. And again, Mark Robinson. There's another Mark Robinson, Mark H., running for lieutenant governor on the Democratic side. He didn't win, but wow, yeah, the Republican side. Look at this. This is nuts. With 95% of the vote and nobody even has 20%. That is fascinating. 5 candidates in double digits. That's going to be something to take a look at for that runoff. Hell Weatherman. There's a name for you. Maine was a blowout. Definitely. '89 in Vermont. Phillips in Maine. I don't know where that is. Here we go. There it is. Confirmed. Dean Phillips. 100%. North Carolina Lieutenant. I took a look at that. Sure you saw that. Looks fascinating on the GOP side there. And here we've got 0 in Montpelier. But this is, look, if you look at the needle at the bottom, it's Haley. She's got it. So good for Haley, I suppose, right? Trump's going to shrug it off because it is fairly insignificant in the grand scheme of things. It's a little bit more up from DC, but it's low priority. It's one of the bluest states in the general. Yeah, Alabama. We go back to it, but that was close. Yeah, this should be Democrats picking up another seat here in Alabama. Still nothing here in Utah. So it looks like Haley's going to come out of this with something. But I don't know how you deal with that if you're Haley. You can't come out here and say, "Hey, we won Vermont and we're going to use that, turn it into momentum," because if you look at the rest of the states today, I mean, it's all Trump all over the place. So maybe she just says, "Okay, she got one win, she's done. She's going to hang it up." I have no idea because she went all the way to South Carolina, her home state. She was defiant. She stayed in it, and then she got wiped out in her home state. Maybe she overperformed by a little bit, but not to the point where it's. I mean, you have to win these states at some point. Yeah, multiple candidates over 10. That's true. Pointed that out. Yeah, Trump probably done here. He is done pretty much in Vermont. Didn't Trump win in Vermont in the 16 primary? Uh, I'd have to go back and look. I don't want to provide inaccurate information. So we're less than 1 hour away from California. But again, I appreciate everybody stopping by. It's great to have people show up. Spend your Super Tuesday here. This might be your first stream. Done a few streams before. Usually we go for a while. I think every stream I've done at least 5 hours. And right now we're coming up to 4 hours. The delegates were tied in Vermont. Trump won the popular vote by two, but Kasich and Trump both got 8 delegates. Hmm. Oh yeah, Kasich back then. Am I gonna do the Kentucky primary, May 21st? Oh yeah, what were you looking at in Kentucky there? I remember we are talking about that a little bit ago. But as far as doing a stream, if you're asking about a stream, I have no idea. That's far off. I can't say how what it'll be looking like for me. But as far as excitement goes, I mean, probably not. I mean, I didn't even do the South Carolina primary, partly because I was unable to, but also the I want to do a stream if there's going to be action and people showing up. And if there's one state or two states and there's nothing competitive happening and there's like 8 people in the chat, it's tough to sit on there for hours and do a stream. Democrat Texas Senate primary. Interesting. All right, let's get an update on it. Did anything change? Not really. I mean, looks like Colin Allred is going to avoid a runoff. And he's going to face Ted Cruz. And I think Cruz is the favorite, but I can't say there's no way Ted Cruz could find a way to blow it somehow. Okay, the vote has sort of slowed down here. The closer we get to 100 or 95, seems like it's not really going up anymore. Nothing in Montpelier still. Yeah, is the Democratic primary even here in Minnesota? It's not on here, if that's happening. Okay, decision desk called Vermont for Haley. I think I closed decision desk a little while ago to free up some space with the tabs. But yeah, I'll take your word for it. I mean, that seems to be what happened. It seems like Trump's out of gas here. How much vote is in though in Alabama? 40%? Yeah, I gotta wait and see on this. But yeah, one of those incumbents is going down. Your home region's political geography. Confidently say you don't see room for Trump to win Vermont. All right, that's official. This chat says Trump has lost Vermont. Haley wins it then. But I also don't know why the count has sort of stopped. Like, let's keep it going. I don't know if Trump or Haley has come out with any speeches. Maybe they're waiting for a little bit more here. California. And I don't know why we got nothing here in Utah. Less than 1%. But, I mean, all in all, Haley, not much to say. She gets Vermont, but come on, look at these margins. This is a complete embarrassing blowout for Trump across state after state. I mean, Alabama, 83%. Massachusetts, it's gone down a little bit, but he's still over 60. Even if every state was a single point, single digit victory for Trump, that's what are you gonna do? She's still lost. But that's not even what happened. These are massive double digit wins. All right. Yeah, Decision Desk. Yeah, I had Decision Desk up for a bit, but there's too many tabs. Watered down call. Okay. Trump is speaking, not Haley. All right. Haley's up 3. Still a ton of vote in my appeal. Yeah, still. There it is. No path forward. Quote the Donald. Oh, Utah, the caucus. Yeah, God. Tough to keep up on these. Are they mailing that in still somehow on a caucus? But even so, I mean, we want results. We don't want any excuses. We want the results. It is Massachusetts. Haley did a very poor job. Yeah, I mean that. There's no way to say that's not true, really. I mean that's totally accurate. Massachusetts. Maybe it gets under 20, but nothing in Boston yet. Uh, let's go back. Minnesota 35, and still nothing in the Twin Cities. Suburbs. It's all Trump, but we want to see the Twin Cities. That's what we want to see. And then I don't want to see what her worst is. It's probably going to be here like Alabama. I mean, this is a 70-point loss for Haley as of now. Okay, here's a new chart we haven't really looked at, but this shows you the dominance of Trump. I mean, Haley barely over the line in Vermont, and every other state Trump wins, and by a much more significant margin. There's still vote to count, of course. Ooh, how about these maps? Haley had the Sununu effect in Vermont, where the governor carries Haley's margins, and also maybe the open slash closed primary factor, if that could be something. She got some North Carolina delegates, all right. Sununu went to Massachusetts the other day and blasted the governor of the state and Mayor Boston. He will probably endorse Ayotte. He should endorse Ayotte, I would think. I mean, Ayotte was in there before Sununu as far as winning a statewide office. All right, here we go. Oh, here's some exit polling, I guess. What have we got here? Higher income areas. Haley, that's where she does her best. But even in Oklahoma, it's still Trump plus 63. But Virginia, Haley did win higher income areas by double digits. Higher education, similar. So these are the states with exit polling. We got a decent mix of states here. Population density, suburbs. Haley wins 2 in the suburbs. That could be maybe a concern for Trump then. But it's only 2, and it's a primary. Again, you got to take it with a grain of salt. This is just exit polling. Strong Biden areas. Haley plus 12 in Virginia. All right. Interesting. I mean, there's a couple of tiny bright spots for Haley. And by bright, I mean slightly less dim. Vermont, nope, 91%, still not called. Not on here, but Decision Desk apparently called for Haley. You've been looking at the 18th Senate map. Could Collins get the same vote amount as O'Rourke? Talking about Colin Allred? Well, I mean, wherever O'Rourke did well, I would assume Allred is going to do well, but Allred probably going to do decent around the Dallas suburbs. But South Texas, I would guess then that Cruz is going to do decent in South Texas because of the trends, and also in this primary, Allred seems to be doing his worst in South Texas. Minnesota, yeah, total landslide, but we don't have the Twin Cities in yet. Mixed up Decision Desk HQ with the chat's Decision Desk. Okay, I mean, I'm not even sure what we're even talking about. Actually, I did have Decision Desk open. Maybe it was a different Decision Desk, unless you're just collectively saying the chat is their own Decision Desk. Maybe I'm piecing it together here. Okay, I think I'm piecing it together. The, oh, the primary for Colin Allred and O'Rourke. Okay, I don't even remember what O'Rourke did in the primary. Uh, in his 18 Senate win? I'd have to pull up that map. I mean, I can't remember what was going on 6 years ago off the top of my head there. He's going to lose every state she performs well. Okay, Minnesota exit polls. Yeah, I mean, if we want to look at these again, I mean, Minnesota's not all the way in. I don't know if these update as more vote comes in then. So I would wait until there is 95% of the vote in just to be sure. Okay, Beto, Beto, however you want to say it, did not do good in South Texas. Okay, then I would guess, yeah, that'd be something to compare then. O'Rourke's South Texas numbers to Allred's South Texas numbers. I mean, but again, it's a primary. I don't, it's hard to put a lot of weight on it. So we're about 25 minutes from West Coast action, California. Not sure how long it's going to take to count that vote. Haley at 50, decision desk. I should have kept it open, but I don't know. It's too many tabs, you know? Uh, but that New York Times, Haley just under 50. DeSantis 1.6 there. So we've been going now over 4 hours on the stream. We've got 13 people in here. It is a little lower. And I think we had more in the Iowa stream like 2 months ago. Or almost 2 months ago. I thought Super Tuesday would be more people. But, you know. And 2 years on the channel, you know. We gotta express appreciation. We got it up to over 2,000 subscribers. 2,200. Hit that yesterday, I think. So maybe this is it. Maybe we'll never hit 2,300, or maybe we'll hit 3,000 pretty soon. Oh, it's probably going to be somewhere in between. Okay. Trump with 140 delegates. Haley with 9. Yeah, let's. Here's the live updates. Do they not have any chairs at these watch parties? Does everybody just stand around a table? I mean, I'm not saying he. I'm just saying at some point I would think you might want to sit down, but. Okay, Trump's victory speech tonight highlights just how dark his campaign messaging has been, particularly on immigration. In some ways, we're a third world country, he proclaimed. Okay. You know, that is immigration, the border, that is one of Trump's strongest issues. Even if he goes overboard at times, maybe he's probably better off going a little overboard than going underboard, because it looks like the perception is we're going underboard right now. Seems to be an issue that he's winning on. But Trump has not mentioned Nikki Haley 10 minutes into his speech. This is a pure general election speech. Okay. Okay, Trump started his speech. I'm sure some of you might have watched the speech or had it on the background. Two issues above all: if inflation and immigration. That's what you're gonna do if you're Trump. It, Democrats are gonna go abortion and democracy. That's it. That's what we're looking at. All right, Haley inching closer to 50. And let's see. Oh yeah, I think it's decision does have the Democratic primary. That's why I was on there. They had that more accessible. The New York Times. Haley's going to be buried by delegates. Yep. Expected her to win Vermont. Massachusetts and Virginia are lopsided. We still got a vote coming in Massachusetts, but yeah, it is lopsided. Okay, AP has called it for Nikki Haley, Vermont. It's got to be tough though to be Haley, knowing that you're losing all of these states, but you got Vermont. I mean, what do you come out there and do and say? I would not want to be in that position. Trump could just blow this off. I mean, it's one state that's relatively minor when it comes to the electoral landscape. It's not even a factor at all in the general election. Yeah, that kind of what I was just saying. Yeah, immigration and inflation. The economic sentiment, it might be coming down a little bit over the last few weeks. Is it going to come down all the way? Are voters going to be optimistic about the economy and feel that it's things are really moving in the right direction in a few months? Who knows? But even if they do, the inflation part, that is going to sting. I don't know if Biden is going to be able to overcome that issue of being tainted as I guess, the inflation president. We're still sitting here in Utah. We got nothing. Sounds like everybody called it for Haley. Um, yeah, no Montpelier. Biden lost American Samoa. All right. Chris Christie got 1.5 in Vermont. Just under DeSantis. There you go. 92% of the vote in. How about Loudon? I wasn't sure if what that was going to do. But no, it goes to Trump. Oklahoma looks like it's done. Trump completely unstoppable here. He's over 80%. I think we're pretty much done with Oklahoma. Biden also. Biden gets 73 here. That is actually kind of low. Williamson 9%, Phillips 9, Steve Lyons, Jake Uger. I don't. I think we're pretty much done with Oklahoma though. We can put that one on the back burner. Here's Texas. Trump's win in Massachusetts could be helped in part by his massive margins in the Springfield area. Okay, but what? But Boston had 0 in, right? Still 0 in Boston. I would guess that's going to Haley. But okay, the political access chat called Vermont first. Yeah, that's what I was saying a little bit ago. I pieced it together. I get it. The chat has called. Yeah, because I'm doing the stream. I know I'm not really pulling up a bunch of other sites and not taking a look at the major networks. So I'm doing my own commentary. Back in the day, though, yeah, I'd be all over following what the major networks are doing, seeing who calls it. Proud American Samoa for voting for a Baltimore businessman. I'm gonna take a look at that later on. I'm gonna have to do a video about these results. I'm gonna have to try to fit that in for tomorrow. It's difficult to do these streams, do a video, do other things. Gets pretty overwhelming sometimes, but yeah, I would agree. Colin Allred. Well, actually, let's get one more look at it. Oops. $55 in and Harris. Yeah, it doesn't. The only reason I would think they're not calling it is because again because of the runoff factor. I don't. Yeah, there's no chance he loses, but maybe if everything tilts against him, he could be at 49.9. That's my guess. Bristol, Vermont. I mean, I don't know where some of these places are. I mean, I could go down here. There's way too many places. All right, here. I like the enthusiasm. Breaking news. Political access is chat. Decision as can call Texas. Democratic primary for Colin Allred. You know, you got who doesn't love some cheerleading, you know? Enthusiasm. Oh, did Montpelier come in right as I'm reading that? Put Haley at an even 50.0? So it goes from 0 to all in, and see she gets 77. Maybe that was just New York Times. Maybe they actually just reported it all at once. Let's see, how many delegates Jason Palmer have? Is that the American Samoa guy? Allred is a representative up against the state senator, another random. He's avoiding the runoff. He probably is, but this is why it might not be called just yet. So we got Cruz and Allred going at it in the general. Tennessee. I don't think we need Tennessee anymore. I think this is a done deal. Trump's at 93. There's nothing in here in Humphreys. This, I assume this is some random county, but yeah. Where the action is, Trump 25 points here in Davidson. I think we could close that one, lighten the tabs a little bit. And waiting on California. And we're still waiting on Minnesota. Oh, here we go. We've got some Twin Cities action, and it's close. All the vote in Hennepin. Trump gets it by 8. Ramsey only 17 in. But there you go. That was going to be the best bet for Haley. She gets it to single digits. It's not enough. Let's see. All right, here is the Democratic side in Colorado. 7.3 non-committed. Williamson down to 2.6. So Biden 84.6. How much does it matter? That's the question. You deleted Vermont and Tennessee. Would you close your tabs? Is that what you're saying? Uncommitted. Okay. I can try to reopen decision desk. If people want let's see, if we want Minnesota Democratic primary. Let's get that up. Let's see what we can do here. Uh, okay, here we go. Uncommitted, 20%. Got it. Yeah, that is decent. Okay. 79 in Alabama. It's been a few minutes. Let's take a look. This hasn't budged. This was, I think that was 47 in last time I looked, like 20, 30 minutes ago. But yeah, the second district. I believe Alabama has runoffs as well. Ooh, here's a close one. Ballot measure. 51 to 40, 52 to 48 changed right there. So we're what, 7 minutes from California action. Yeah, you know, tabs. It's good to have tabs, but it could get out of hand when you got 15, 20 tabs open. Mark Walker is going to lose. There you go. That is close. Three candidates over 20. Bo Hines down there, fourth. But there are runoffs here, though. I'm pretty sure, right? So it should be a runoff between these top two. Or maybe I misremembering. A lot of states, hard to track it all. Okay. American Samoa. Yeah, I haven't been on Decision Desk much here today. Okay, here we go. Four. Do they even have American Samoa on its own page? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, so runoffs. That's confirmed then, yeah. So there should be a runoff then with Walker. Okay, yeah, it's got to be late then. Staying up for the big state on the West Coast. Texas might be early for the primary, but it's good for Democrats. And Allred at least then has time to gain voters before November. Yeah, he's going to have time. These are early primaries. I said it a couple of times, but I'm not really a fan of doing the primaries 8 months out. I get it. They're having the presidential stuff, but for governor or Senate or House, it seems like 8 months out. It's just too far out for me. I would like to keep it at least 6 months. That's just what I think. Utah letting us down. All right, let's pull up California. We're going to need that tab open. Maybe we could. What's going on here in Texas? Any update? I don't think we need this tab. This one we could shut down. Massachusetts, 55% in. We might want to take a look at that again. See what Boston has. Oh, the exit polling has changed. Okay, I saw it update. Now Haley in the suburbs, she's down to 1.7. That'll be something to look at maybe once it's all completely done. Okay. Oh, look at that. This updated. Take a look at that. That is tight. I like how they add the decimal points once it gets within 1 point or so. Yeah, Utah's really slow. Haley needs 50% plus one to receive all Vermont delegates. Okay, that's winner take all. That's another thing to remember. Which states are proportional? Lee versus Garvey. Well, I mean, it'd be entertaining, but I mean, Lee's gonna win. I mean, any Democrat would win, right? As Pelosi said, right? You could put a glass of water with a D up. That thing is gonna win. I had the poll out, the community poll. Who's gonna get in second place in that? Garvey's the winner, but it is close. Schiff and Porter. Schiff's almost certainly to get one of the two. But we'll see what happens. Sometimes the polls are off. Arkansas. I think we're done with Arkansas. Take one last look here at Pulaski. It's a landslide for Trump. And Maine, I think we're pretty good on Maine. We're over 70 here. We could always come back to it if we need it. The Democratic side, Biden, 93%. There's no uncommitteds here, though. Only 58% in. %20 uncommitted. Minnesota, Colorado. I think we're pretty much done here in Colorado. Trump cleaned up. Didn't win every county. All right, let's California. Let's do it. So our first look at it. Still got nothing here in Utah. Absolutely nothing. Lee and Garvey, general election will be boring, right? Being is seen in the top two. Oh yeah, if you're looking for something wild to happen here in the primary, that'd be great. Top two primary. It's another thing. I'm not it's not really my thing. The top two blanket primary. And also we want to see what Trump is going to get and Haley in this presidential primary. Theoretically, Haley should do decent here, but based on the other states, looks like she's not really going to do anything. But you never know. A lot of runoffs in California. Well, even if you get 50%, it's you don't win it. It's just the top two, no matter what, go to the general. Yep, California, they're closed, but we've got nothing. This is a huge state. It's going to be hard to track the vote. So many little places. Carly Fiorina dropped out. You mean in her U.S. Senate run in California 14 years ago? Yeah, I did hear that. Or do you mean in her presidential run in 16? I would think there's some more moderate voters here, even on the GOP side, but there's going to be some. I mean, this is a huge state. There's going to be a ton of hardcore Trump voters in this state, even though they're going to be dwarfed by the non Trump voters as far as overall. Yeah, Haley could probably pull something off there in the Bay Area. And this is supposed to be a closed primary, from what I hear. So there should be no crossing over. Not in California. It should just be just Republicans in that Republican primary. Yeah, Haley probably Bay Area. That I would guess she'd have success there. Schwarzenegger, liberal Republican. Yeah, he would probably be a Larry Hogan type. Phil Scott maybe. The system in California. Yeah, I don't really. Some people probably like it. I'm not big on it. Washington also does the top two primary. Politico called it for Trump. What, California? They called it instantly. Is that what we're talking about? What was the name of the Dem candidate in 2020? What which state? I don't know which state. System for Senate race. Yeah, every state does something different. It can be a little confusing. Let's take a glance at Vermont here while we're sitting here. Anything in Utah? No. Minnesota? Okay. So we're waiting here. I wonder what Rachel Swift is going to do here. And David Stuckenberg. Steve Garvey. Can't believe he's top contender in this election. Yeah, Utah. Taking a real long time. Phil Scott is often more progressive on guns than Bernie. Hmm. I actually don't know the ins and outs of everything. Phil Scott's positions, but I know he's very liberal for I compared to probably a decent amount of Democrats, I would imagine. Uh, okay, we'll go back to Alabama in a bit. Yeah, okay, they called it for Trump. Oh, there we go. Look at that. It's coming in right there. Boom. What about in the Senate? Nothing. Yeah, I know Vermont, it's a rural state, it's a blue state, but they are gun friendly there. That's true. Rachel Swift, you know, what has she got? Anything? She's got 12. There you go. Okay. I don't know anything about Stuckenberg. Zero about him. But hey, he's got hope. Bernie voted. Oh, getting some hearts. I love all the support the channel can get. I mean, we're over 2,000 subs. We're doing many hours of streams. It's great to get any support. Always like, share, subscribe, whatever you can. I know there's a lot of other channels out there. I'm sure a lot of them are streaming still. But if you like this channel, you know, this is the place to be. Bernie voted against the Brady bill. God has openly embraced tough gun control. John Delaney. Yeah, that guy, he was the first one in it. Or here's a vote dump. He was the first one in that. Where were these hearts earlier? There was like, I don't think I saw, maybe I missed them, but they're pouring in now. Yeah, I remember John Delaney was the first one in back in 2020. I did a video today about how Biden won the 2020 Democratic primary. So check that one out if you haven't. Here we go. Here's some Senate action. Uh, Maybe somebody else could confirm Pelosi's exact district, but Schiff and Porter should be outside the LA area, if I am correct. Porter, Orange County. Chill stream. What are the other streams like? That's what I want to know. Schiff, 1% in, surges. All right. And on this note, gotta slip in another 1 minute break. So, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. I'll be right back. All right. I wonder if those hearts do they I don't even know if the hearts do anything in the streams. Does that boost the channel? I haven't really actually even looked into that. But anyway, nothing changed here. I know for some of you it's gonna be getting pretty late. Certainly on the East Coast. You saw a clip with Bernie after he won the Burlington mayoral race more than 40 years ago. He was asked how it happened in conservative Vermont. Yeah. Interesting. I know the political trajectory of certain states. You look back on it and it seems hard to imagine. What's the difference between the open primary and the special? I believe that since this is filling the remainder of the Feinstein term, since she died, got to fill the rest of that term that ends in January, and then the primary for the next term. I think Maybe I've got it all wrong. I mean, there's a lot to follow. Still nothing in Utah. That's disappointing. But that's what I think. Let's see, let's glance back at what do we have to look at here? Republican primary in North Carolina, lieutenant governor. Yeah, that one's crazy. All right, 3% in. Let's see how California does at getting their vote. Yeah, then, but yeah, I'd have to double check on that. Let me see. This maybe the appointment only is until somebody new is elected. It's got to be something like that. All right, this is already called for Trump, as we already heard. What's going to be his margin? That's the question. We're going to have to look at some of these counties. Wow, there's a ton of candidates on this ballot. We got to close that. Yeah. Well, that's. I don't want to give inaccurate information. That's my assumption. I can't imagine what else it would be. I know Newsom did make the appointment with LaFonza Butler, but certain states do it differently with appointments, and there's enough time left to where there should be a special election, but sometimes the special election is way far off. Like in Nebraska, Pete Ricketts, he got appointed to that seat, but that election is not until this November. So I don't know. I can't say for sure exactly what it is in every state. Yeah, there you go. LaFonza Butler. That's what I was just saying. Lee's campaign was tanked. She called for, oh, she the one calling for a 50? Wow. What's going on here? Let's get a quick update. Still not updated there. All right. So Schiff right now 40. Garvey. I'm surprised Garvey had that much appeal. I know we were talking about this earlier, but I saw a little bit of the debate. It didn't seem like he was really all that exciting, but plus he's in his mid 70s or so. I didn't think he would really have that much momentum, at least to get into one of these top two spots. Yep. Uncommitted in Minnesota 20. Yeah, it's still 20 there. Uh what are the thoughts on that? I've heard a lot of people talking about how this is sending a Biden a big signal. This matters in Minnesota. That might be a big issue, just like in Michigan. But how much does it really matter? I don't know. How many of those voters are going to actually sit out in November? Probably a little bit, but I think a lot are going to end up coming back to Biden. I could be wrong, but I'm going to guess that by the time election day happens, Biden is going to try to sweeten the deal for his base with some executive orders because he knows he can't just go down with the ship. He's going to have to try to do something different. So maybe the things change with what's happening overseas. Maybe that changes, and then these voters come back. But if it doesn't change, then yeah, he's going to try to do something to get those voters back. He's not going to just do nothing. That's what I think. So it's a little significant, but in 8 months, I don't know how much it's going to matter. 13%. It's going up. I like that. Uh, Mike Boudreau is winning McCarthy. Oh yeah, McCarthy's. Yeah, I forgot. We should take a look at the U.S. House. I thought Fong was the guy in that seat. Vincent Fong, right? Didn't he get the Trump endorsement? I thought he was the guy who had trouble getting on the ballot. Not even sure what district that even is here. Let's. What have we got here? We've got. Nah. Uh. So many districts. I forgot which are the ones to really watch. Here it is. 20th. Oh, Fong, he's in second. Yeah, let's pull that up. Yeah, I think Fong got the Trump endorsement, and yeah, he was booted off the ballot because he was running already in the state legislature, and then he tried to change it and run to this, and they said he couldn't, and then he got back on the ballot. Trump endorsed him. We'll see what happens. 4% in. Okay. Schiff versus Garvey. Yeah, that the over under on that one is going to be probably like 21 points, I think. Like I don't know if Garvey's really going to get it much closer than 20 points. Right? But again, I always say you never know. But there's no way there's not safe blue. Unless there's some crazy, even if there is a crazy scandal, there's no way. Well, I get it, but the vote splitting with the Democrats, but I just didn't see Garvey getting a lot of support. He didn't seem that like the exciting kind of guy. Like Larry Elder when he ran against Newsom, that seemed like to excite the base. Didn't do anything in the general, but the base, I didn't think Garvey was firing up the base enough. I guess yeah, there's a lot of Democrats in the race. He's squeaking in. Uh oh, Fong is taking the lead here in the 20th. There you go. All right, which district is Valadeo in again? We got to hard to remember every district. I could try pulling it up. Just give me just a moment. Okay, I see what we're saying now. Could be top, but again, 5% in. Let's give it a little time here. Here we can. Oh yeah, we got this LADA election here. Gascon. Here, let's pull this one up. All right, I think we're pretty much done with Virginia. We can lighten the load a little bit here. We'll shut that down. We can pretty much close Vermont as well. Texas. Still a little bit coming in here. Ooh, all red, down under 60 now. And, oh, this District 1 here, Alabama, very, very, very close. District 2, it's head to a runoff for the Democrats. All right. So Los Angeles and San Diego. Okay. A lot of votes needed. I forgot. Okay, what we get? Yeah, we got it. 22nd. Redistricting, everything. It's tough to remember 54 districts, or 52. Or, yeah. Okay. Trump so far with a commanding advantage. Primal B, you're back. Woke up from a nap. Well, we're still going. You made it. Great to have anybody showing up. Maybe you're a regular, maybe you're new, maybe you're kind of new. Maybe you were subscribed, then you left, then you came back. Either way. Yeah, this caucus in Utah is not really exciting. All right. So far, Schiff and Garvey over 30. Not looking good here for Barbara Lee or Katie Porter, but 19% in. Still waiting on some big counties here. Yeah, California, it is again, it's a closed, from my understanding, it's a closed primary. Only Republicans voting in that Republican primary. No independent, no Democrats, and I don't and no independents. I mean, at some point you could change your voter affiliation, but this is pretty much all GOP. So it's not going to get watered down by third parties or Democrats. So yeah, that's a big deal. I hope the general election, we're getting results right away. Don't want to have to sit there for days and days. Alaska is the last state coming up. Not sure how long we're gonna go for. Actually, we're hitting 5 hours right now on the stream. So another 5 hour stream. Not sure how long we're gonna go, but we're gonna keep going for a little bit at least. We gotta see what happens here. Yeah, Alabama, it's a nail biter. That could be headed to recount territory. That's crazy to see this intra-party dispute here between Moore and Carl. Massachusetts, how about that? Anything in Boston? Nope. And Texas. 5 hour stream, after that long, it's kind of takes a lot out of you, but okay, Schiff clinches one of the spots. Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to sit here and watch results change and wait days or more for results. That's not going to be great. So, can Porter make up that huge deficit? That's really the only question. It's a big state, lot of vote. Who knows? The Senate is at 21, but the presidential is at 36. Thanks for stopping by, though. Or if you're leaving. If you're staying, then yeah, you're welcome. 5 hour stream. Definitely some people going to be lurking in a 5 hour stream. Can we agree that Schiff and Garvey? Garvey just lost 2%. I don't know. With all this vote along the coast not in, I don't know what's going to happen there. How are these other candidates doing? Wow, even if you could still get thousands of votes if you're Perry Pound. I mean, all these people, a lot of votes, but okay, 5% in here. Rudy Salas, that's going to be a rematch if it's Valdeo and Salas. I think that's a rematch. I know that Salas definitely ran last time. And yeah, that should be the second election on the new map. Schiff greatly helped Garvey. Porter losing ground. Yeah, Schiff was boosting Garvey. I don't really like that kind of tactic, but he's going to boost him, and then he doesn't have to do anything in the general. Schiff is, I don't even know if he's going to, how much campaigning he's really going to do. I didn't think Schiff was going to win like a year ago or so, or maybe less than that. I thought Porter was probably going to win. I had a poll out of my community tab a while back who's going to be the nominee. Not the one from the other day. This was like 8 months ago or something. And I think Porter might have won. But Schiff to me always just seemed kind of robotic. I didn't think he had really any charisma, really. Very low on that. I didn't think he seems relatable. Voters would not care about that statewide. But hey, goes to show sometimes you don't know what you're talking about. But voters do want Schiff. I know he's got all the establishment ties and all that with the funding. Yeah, it's kind of sleazy stuff. Okay, why is the vote kind of stopped? Oh, here's a little bit more in Utah, still less than 1%. Garvey, the Bolduc. That's a New Hampshire reference. Uh, Porter can run as an independent. I mean, but this is it. This is the primary. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, some people, Schiff is their brand. I mean, I know his whole mission was taking down Trump and everything, and some people love that. But take that out of it. Just the one-on-one interactions just seem, I don't know, doesn't, and sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes you can be robotic or dull and you can have success. Hmm. Jeb Bush of California. I haven't mentioned his name tonight. Oh yeah, that was a close primary with Baldick and Morris, right? That was very close. Schumer gave Baldick 3 million. Yeah, I mean that's politics. People do anything to win a seat. Are these not refreshing? Okay, this is the vote has stopped somehow, even though it was doing good. Okay, 30% in. Can Porter make up some of this ground? Yeah, Pelosi with the glass of water. I did mention that like a little bit ago, but yeah, D with the water would win. NBS News calling Garvey to advance. Is that NBS, not NBC? Okay, they're 40% in. Yeah, Trump doing pretty well here in this closed primary. Ooh, look at that. For the top spot, very close. 16 vote lead for Valdeo. At this point, it looks like it's not going to be two Republicans advancing. Lots of other races here, though. There's a ton of them. Michelle Steele. Maybe it's a good sign if she gets 50% of the vote. Maybe that means in the general, she'll be able to win. Who knows? And these districts have some really ugly boundaries. I mean, this is really bad. I mean, I've seen a little bit worse, but I mean, who could say this is neat, compact, or pretty to look at? Um, this could be interesting though. This LA district attorney race. Okay. Sure, some people might have to probably get to bed. It's getting late. Somebody might have called it for Garvey. If we still, oh, do we have some LA in now? We do it. We got some LA. We got 38 in. Porter only at 15. Yeah, Porter looks like she kind of flopped. I know, I'm sure she had some unfair tactics used against her, like we were just talking about. I'm sure the establishment is not a fan of her. She's going to be, I would guess, more of a threat to the system, just like Barbara Lee. And that's going to be unacceptable. Either side, the establishment, they're gonna go after you. Nothing in San Francisco County though. San Diego, Garvey, and in Orange County, Porter at 23 to Schiff's 26. Uh, Politico called it. Garvey is over 842,000. Okay, yeah. It's a big margin. Yeah, that does seem to be true now that we're over a third of the vote. Our political excess decision desk has called it for Garvey. All right. Put the check mark there. Boom. Schiff and Garvey. Adam and Steve. That we've got Adam and Steve in the general. Uh, it's late here, Central Time. Once Trump goes away, both parties gonna have no idea what to do. Yeah, I know. He sucks all the oxygen out of the room for the past 8, 9 years. I heard something about the $50 minimum wage recently. Don't know who exactly said it. I know it was one person. Steve Garvey has a good first name, says Steve B. I get it. Some deep humor right there. That is like layered, right? Steve and Steve. Yeah, California safety. I mean, no, that's. Does anybody not have it as safety? I mean, if whoever is like the most friendly to the Republicans, did they even have this thing not at safety? Maybe a best case scenario video. Maybe somebody takes it down. I don't know. That's all I can come up with. Yeah, not not Adam and Eve. It's Adam and Steve. Steve, that is a solid name right there. I don't know how many that name has kind of fallen off on the baby names. All right, you're calling it. Thanks for stopping by, Red Legion. Have a good night. Oh yeah, I would not take. I probably put out another best case scenario video, and there's no way I'm taking this down to likely. I can't do it. Not in any reasonable scenario. You could say, okay, maybe Schiff has like 5 scandals. He has accusations. He commits some crimes, and Steve Garvey saves an orphanage on fire. Maybe it gets down to 9.99 for Schiff. All right. I mean, all these names work. If it was Steve and Katie, that sounds like a good duo. Oh, let's see. What haven't we looked at in a minute here? The Senate's at 37 in presidential 42. Ooh, Vince Vaughn. He's not, well, it doesn't really matter if he gets one of the top two, but there's actually 3 people here at 25%. That's precarious. Will the Democrat be shut out of this district? That's something to take a look at. Utah, really total snooze here. What happened here with uncommitted? Oh, but it's not 20 anymore. It's down to 19 and a half. How about Alabama? All right, it's not as narrow as it was. Barry Moore. Um, Massachusetts. We got Boston yet? No, we got nothing in Boston. This is on the East Coast. They closed a long time ago. Texas. Let's get an update here. 70% in. All red 59. How about this one? This is going to be runoff. What are the updates? Uncommitted voters show their strength against Biden in Minnesota. Colin Allred won the Democratic contest to face Ted Cruz. Yep. Schiff advances to Feinstein's seat. A little-known Democrat named Jason Palmer beat Biden in American Samoa. I think little known is an understatement. This guy is not known at all. Here we go. Vermont delivered an elusive and seemingly inconsequential victory for Nikki Haley. That is an accurate statement. All right, let's get back to the action here. The real question after tonight, does Haley suspend her campaign? That's the poll I put out. I asked, will she drop out shortly after? I think 2/3 said yes. And I'd lean towards, yeah, she's gonna suspend it because, I mean, there's nothing left here. She's just gonna hope Trump is unable to be the nominee. Maybe he has a medical issue. Something causes him to just step out of it. And then she swoops in as the backup. God, I looked into this. I forgot if Trump made an endorsement. I completely forgot. Yeah, I've completely forgotten the layout of this race. I was looking this up, and oh, it's called for Barry Moore. How about that? I did a Super Tuesday video on it. Take a look at that video. I covered this race. If Steve Garvey saved 5 burning buildings, Adam Schiff was sent to jail. Schiff would say, yeah, that's what I was saying. I would say then maybe it gets down to 9.99 for Schiff. Conventional wisdom, yeah. That sometimes is totally out the window. So what's next here? Alaska? That's actually closing in like 8 minutes, something like that. How's the stream doing? That's the question. Well, we've had no downtime. I know last time there was an outage. That was unfortunate. This time we're down to 12. It's a cozy gathering here. 5.5 hours almost on this stream. Still haven't called it for Garvey to clinch one of these spots. What do we got? Do we got anything in San Francisco? Okay, Schiff. Got Steve Garvey. Look at that. He gets 9% in San Francisco. How's that district attorney going? Wow, this is a crowded field. This is also very close, this ballot measure. Yeah, look at this district. I mean, I've reviewed all the maps, and I think the map does, just in terms of the partisan balance, it does. Republicans are definitely coming up short on several seats here, but geography wise, I mean, maybe sometimes you have to go a little crazy if you want to even out the balance, but this is terrible. I mean, I don't know, this looks like a toilet and somebody sitting on it backwards. I don't know. It's getting late. Oh, you're going to bed. Sorry, I missed that a moment ago. Thanks for stopping by, Bernie Sanders. Have a good one. Uh, Politics does not happen in a vacuum. Massive shifts amongst electorates are sometimes hard to predict. Definitely. I'm big on saying it's hard to predict. And a lot of times people just look at what happened last time and then they use that as the benchmark for next time. And yeah, uh, there's no way you're not going to do that, but things could be different. Things change unexpectedly sometimes. When is the gerrymandered? It's pretty much all over the place. Steve Garvey, I would. Before he got in, I was thinking he's probably not going to do anything. He slowly worked his way up in the polls over the past like 6 months. I thought Porter would have done better. I mean, there's still a lot of vote out there, but assuming it doesn't dramatically change. Most people don't start following elections. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people are, they don't have time for politics, certainly not in any depth. And I don't really blame them. A lot of people aren't interested in politics, and there's a lot of reasons not to be interested in it. But some people are like, wait till the last minute and they go, hey, who's running? What do I do? And we've got Boston vote in. Is that happening finally? Here it is. Donald J. Trump, 51. Nikki Haley, 46. 9 districts in Massachusetts. No, none of these Republicans really have any chance in. It's really tough to draw a district. I get it. But just in terms of the least balanced, it's kind of bad. But I get it, there's not a lot of Republicans in this state at all. It's low time. Why does California have 2 primaries? Well, I believe that's because I know this Newsom appointed LaFonza Butler, but this is because Dianne Feinstein died, and to fill the remainder of that seat, which of that term, which expires in January, that's well, that's my assumption. Some states do it differently. Again, like Pete Ricketts in Nebraska, he got appointed, but his special election, that's not until this year in the general election. And he's already been in that seat for a little while. But he's having a special to fill the remainder of Ben Sass's seat. Because Sass stepped down. It's weird. Different states sometimes do different things. It's hard to follow it all. This is less than 1% in here. This is unacceptable. Texas is 23rd here. This is not giving me the right race. Oh, no, here it is. Down here. So Tony Gonzalez, the incumbent, he's under 50%. So that could be a race to watch here in this border district, this huge district here. Merrick Garland approval poll. It's almost 2,000 votes. Some of them I've seen over 2,000. I think I saw one or two of them hit over 2,000. Or no, maybe it's 1,500. I thought, I don't know. It's hard to remember actually. I know we've been getting a lot of good votes. Some of the polls are more interesting than others. That's for sure. I try to vary it, put one out every 3 days, cover different elections, political, cultural topics, see what people think. And also, yeah, the big news in Arizona, Sinema, not going to run for re-election. We talked about that a while ago. So we're looking at Gallego potentially going up against Kari Lake. Still got to get through the primaries. But I just put out the Senate prediction yesterday, and I had it at lean Democrat. It's going to stay that way. We'll see what happens. We've hit Alaska now. Alaska caucuses end at midnight. So that should be now, right? Let's see. There we go. Now they've called it for Garvey. Yeah, that was Hurd's seat. Tony Gonzalez got in there, but now Gonzalez looks like he's having some primary trouble to get over 50. Alaska. I don't know. This is completely unknown. This could drag on and on and on. Who knows? But it looks like, yeah, Adam and Steve in the general. You're not a fan of Kari Lake, and the voters of Arizona aren't either. Yeah, she Rand did not get it done. Hobbs, I that was surprising. I thought Hobbs was not wanting to debate was a terrible move. I guess it worked. NBC has an exit poll from California. Newsom approval 52-47 disapprove. Biden 50 to 49. Ooh, that's brutal in California. Uh but Newsom 52-47. I've heard the last month or two, I've heard his approvals come down. I think that actually might be a little higher for Newsom. I thought he was underwater in one I saw a few weeks ago. Among independents, Trump 43, Newsom 46, Biden 35. So, okay, independents not really liking uh, the incumbents. You think AZ will be about a point and a half for Gallego? Yeah, I would have it at about. Oh, I just put out my prediction. I think it was 2.5. I was somewhere around there. But that's so close. Low single digits, that could easily go to Lake if that's what it is. Plenty of time left. National environment is not at all set. Who knows how they're going to run their campaigns? We'll see. But Sinema is one and done in the U.S. Senate. She could always say she did it. Maybe she'll run for another office. Who knows? Okay. Trump conjures a dark vision. They already said this. Haley took a veiled swipe at Trump allies who have called on Haley to end her bid in the name of GOP unity. Unity is not achieved by simply claiming we're united. Hmm. There's a line stretching down the street outside Schiff's election party. Inside, the mood is celebratory. Yeah, I don't know if Haley's put out a statement saying she's going to stay in it or she's going to maybe get out of it. The chat didn't get any races wrong. Yeah, going in though, beforehand, I don't know if we would have said Vermont is going to be the only thing Haley wins, and then also Biden in American Samoa. All right, seems like a lot of agreement on the Dems starting with an advantage in the AZ Senate, but it's so close and it's so far out, as I just said. We'll see. The immigration is a big deal there. The border, Arizona, maybe that puts Lake over the top, assuming she wins the primary. Uncommitted voters could cost Biden in Minnesota. Yeah, the best case scenario. I don't know. That's going to be tough to say. But then again, in 16 where Trump won, or excuse me, lost it by 1.5, that was unexpected. I didn't think it was going to get that close. But the third party vote was a big factor. If you've watched my battle states explained videos, battleground states, third party vote is a big factor. Who knows what's going to happen this time with Kennedy and Cornel West? Is no labels going to do anything? We don't know yet. We'll find out. Give it another month or two. Get a lot of answers. So let's see. I'm sure the other streams. I don't know if the other. I always want to know, are the other streams going? I'm not really gonna check, but you know, some people they can't do a 5, 6 hour stream. I get it. It is exhausting. Do I think most Haley voters will switch to Trump or Biden or just not vote for president in November? Uh, Probably a good chunk are gonna vote for Trump. And well, the thing is, some of these Haley voters are also independents or Democrats that switched over to vote for Haley in the primary. Those voters, of course, they're not going to vote for Trump. But the voters who were always Republicans who decided to go for Haley, some of those are going to come back. I think a good chunk of them are going to say, okay, they're going to just end up supporting the party, not necessarily Trump, but the party, or they're going to vote against Biden. That's what I think. Um, will Blake Masters win his House race? That's a good one. There's a primary, uh, but he that's the Debbie Lesko district, I believe. Yeah, he should be able to win it if he's in the general. Will RFK get a ballot access in all 50 states? Uh, I had his on his website. He has a ballot access tracker. I had it up at the beginning of the stream. He has to gather these signatures, different amounts in all the states at different timelines. It seems doable. Of course, he's going to talk big and say he's going to do it, but he might not do it. But it's if there's no challenges to his signatures and all these long drawn out court battles, he should theoretically be able to at least get enough to win 270 electoral votes. But then again, you don't know what kind of hurdles he's going to face legally. Because he's clearly going to have enough momentum to get signatures in these states. If he's polling, over double digits, that should be enough to be able to gather a few thousand signatures, or even 10 or 20,000 in some of these states. The third party vote going to be, is it going to be significant? I probably it's probably going to it should be, assuming or pending ballot access, the third party vote should be significant. Your watch time on YouTube today, Teddy, yesterday was 5 hours because of this stream. Great stuff. This might be your first stream. I don't know. Back 6 weeks ago, we did New Hampshire. Maybe you were there. It's hard to remember who shows up every time. It's not a bad thing at all. Screen shake. Okay. I mean, there's not a whole lot more left. We got through pretty much all of it. And Trump at tonight he snags 303 delegates. Nikki Haley 19, and that's all you really need to know right there. I mean, Nikki Haley, yay, she got 19, but Trump has many, many times that, 15 times that. I just um. So Alaska's really the only thing outstanding. And Katie Porter, I don't know where she goes from here, but I mean, Barbara Lee, she's probably the end of her career. But Porter, I think had high hopes. Maybe she runs for governor. That's a possibility. I could see that happening. Yeah, the third party, it's a huge X factor. I say it all the time. We don't know. We gotta wait for ballot access, wait to see who even wants to even run. No labels, third parties. We have no clue yet. I mean, we're starting to get into it, but just take it one day, 1 week at a time, see what happens. I mean, now Trump is back on the ballot, the primary ballot, and after the court ruling, Colorado and all the states, that was a big deal. Yesterday. Okay, Fong now big lead in California's 20th. The 22nd has not moved, and neither has Utah. And what did uncommitted get here? They're still only 58% in. They did get 25 in Hennepin. Barrymore wins in Alabama's first. Still 79 in Massachusetts. Massachusetts is really slow. Trump up by 7 there. See if we got any updates on the news. 5 new updates. Okay. Speech to supporters Tuesday night. Said his campaign to oust as Speaker of the Texas House from his district was headed to a runoff. Okay, that is some local stuff. Um, Steve Garvey will face Adam B. Schiff. I've seen that B before, but rarely. That seems odd to throw it in here. Garvey, yeah, he's 75. That is, when you're talking about the U.S. Senate, that's not actually that up there. But Schiff is going to look like a baby compared to Garvey. Where are we at? What have I missed? You were at Red Eagle stream during New Hampshire to see what the Trump base was thinking about it. Yeah, they didn't seem very happy about her, but didn't complain. Did you get on there tonight? See what they're saying tonight? Some reason I'm more interested in local races. Okay. Well, it depends how local. I mean, if you're talking about like state rep, state senate, maybe like county sheriff, school board, that local, or just local, like U.S. House. Moving forward, that's where a lot of interest will be. New England, your region is known for tight knit communities. Here in Massachusetts, I know all about that. Interested in local issues from Connecticut. Yeah, good stuff. I don't if the stream if the channel gets so much bigger. Oh, first of all, here we go. Barrymore hardliner officially represented or ousted Representative Jerry Carl. There you go. Barrymore, he's the hardliner. Um, but if the channel gets way bigger, then this chat would be packed, and it'd be tough to read everything, and it'd be a lot more chaos. Probably be beneficial though. Ultimately, more super chats and such deep, maybe some deeper engagement. But this is a nice, close it's a compact gathering, you know? You should have seen the 2022 midterm stream. Very, very few people showed up way back then, but I was streaming. So Utah's still not doing anything. There's the results right there in the table. Haley +4 in Vermont. But look at that. Trump up everywhere else by at least 23 points. So Haley turns the tables in Vermont, but can't turn anything else. House and governor. Oh yeah, I mean that's good stuff. I cover all that stuff pretty much. Definitely governor, the statewide races, Senate and governor. I covered every primary 2 years ago. All the states, went through all of them. But it does get to become a little tedious trying to cover everything in every state. Some of it, it's just, there's no action there. And it's hard to know all the ins and outs of every state. Of course, hardly anybody can really do that. Yeah, I mean, this is enough commentary where I can read almost every comment, respond to almost every question. But yeah, some chats, if you got 100 people in there, it's gonna just be flying by. 6 people. Wow, we're down to six, seven. This has kind of dried up. I guess Super Tuesday, not as much action as I thought. Well, we got to get more subscribers, more viewers, and on the next stream, whenever that is, maybe it'll be more action packed. But I don't know. There's probably not gonna be much action really until the general. That's gonna be that's gonna be huge. I mean, could always do streams for other reasons, but this does seem like it's kind of winding down. We're approaching 6 hours. 6 hours. And Mark H. Robinson, remember him? He got 90,000 votes. Turns out that's good enough for 13.5%. The other Mark Robinson, Mark K. Robinson, apparently that's his middle initial. Josh Stein. Now you could look at this, you could look at these primaries. The Democrats got 681,000 votes. Republicans only 92%, and they're over a million. Now you could say, well, then it's clear that Republicans are going to do better in the general election with that kind of a 300,000 vote lead. But you never know. There's plenty of races where it goes one way or the other, and then the general election, things are different. Let's see, what did let's see what Ted Cruz got in his race. Okay, Ted Cruz got 1.8 million, and that was almost uncontested. It was token opposition. All red had a mildly competitive primary, but not really. And he was at 700,000. Now there's still votes to come in, but that's a big lead for Cruz. But again, it doesn't mean much. Could mean nothing. Okay, sorry I missed some comments here. Switching devices so you keep watching as I go to dinner. Well, I mean, that's dedication. I like the passion. Some people would probably have left a long time ago. It's probably going to be winding down, though. That's the official notice that it is going to be kind of winding down in a little bit shortly. We hit the highlights, and it is getting late. Trump and Biden, yeah. Well, if you look at the predicted market, yeah, it's good chunks still think Newsom is going to be the nominee for the Democrats. Wasn't there yeah, I think that the Connecticut race where they had the redo election for mayor, was that in Hartford? I, I should know this, but somewhere around there, that mayoral election. Massachusetts, never interesting. Ambien County is not the bluest. Richard Neal, I've heard that name in a while, but he is one of those long timers. Gann is that what it is? Ganem? Is it Joe? I think it's Joe, right? Yeah, there was like a do over, something with ballot stuffing or something. That was weird. Yeah, that yeah, Joe. Yeah, see, I know a couple of things about. I know a little bit about a lot, but yeah, that's the extent of my Connecticut. Um, sorry that you have a gerrymandered district there. That's unfortunate. But Johanna Hayes, maybe she goes down. Who knows? Yeah, is that I'd have to look that up again. I think that isn't that going to be another rematch? Was that the George Logan district? I Something like that. Yeah, and then Hartford mayor. Yeah, I'm assuming it's Hartford. That was. I guess it's all resolved now, but it's not often they redo an election. Nice. Ooh, paying people off. That's unfortunate. We don't want that. Springfield, Massachusetts. That's where the Basketball Hall of Fame is, right? That's a. I've got random things I could pull out. Oh, Bridgeport. Okay. Yeah, you got me. It's close. Interesting. Oh wow, we're down to 5 people. Ooh, yeah, those are some northeast districts. I don't know. Might be Connecticut's fifth there. Hayes losing over Jared Golden or Chris Pappas. It's tough for me to see Pappas or Golden losing, but I mean, I don't know. That's that's what I've got off the top of my head. Interesting conversation because Trump is probably going to win that Golden district by could be over 10, but then Golden might win by 10 himself. So there's some good crossover. That's what we're talking about for like Tester in Montana. Maybe Trump wins by 18 points, but maybe Tester wins by 1 point. I'm not saying that's happening. I'm just saying consider it a possibility. They've got ranked choice voting there, and that was the Bruce Poliquin district where he won in the first round, but or he was in the lead in the first round, but once the other rounds happened, he slipped and he lost to Golden. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. Actually, here we go. Springfield going big for Trump. Oh nope, they have no preference here. That's kind of like none of these candidates. Yeah, Maine has the split ticket voting. They've got a lot of independents. They have high turnout, and they also had Paul LePage. And Paul LePage somehow got in there. I guess it was he did not get the majority of the vote when he first ran, and that's how he got it done. But 2 terms of LePage, and then he tries to come back to take out Mills, but that went nowhere. Yeah. Ooh, okay. 9% for the Dems. Here it is. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, Biden down to 80, 83 there. Down to 78 in Boston. I don't know if Alaska is going to come in at all. I bet probably did Porter concede? Maybe she conceded. Who knows? See if there's anything new here. Not really. Yeah, I went with Connecticut because that was like the narrowest margin last time. That Hayes won it by under two, right? I think it was like 1 point something. It was very narrow. Maybe it was even under one, but it was somewhere around 1 point. So, that I'm kind of blinded by the narrow margin last time. I know Golden and the gun thing, but there was the main poll with his popularity. It wasn't that bad from what I remember. But yeah, it is precarious because he's getting a lot of Trump voters. I could see him running for. He's got to run for Senate. I thought Angus King might step down, and then Golden goes in on that seat. But I think Golden probably would run if either Collins or King steps down. Maybe not. Maybe he doesn't care about the Senate. Maybe he runs for governor. Who knows? Okay. Hey, it's all about the different takes. I mean, if everybody's had the exact same opinion on all the seats, all the ratings, I mean, what fun would that be? Uh, do I know anybody excited about the election? Both my Republican and my Democratic friends are not looking forward to it. Well, not really excited, but maybe a little bit in a sense of wanting to get it over with because we're still only in March, but there's a sense of having to go through this for the next 8 months, and it's some people just kind of want to get it over with, but there's going to be some people who are hoping to see one side or the other win or lose, and then the people who follow politics. I mean, I like to see what happens, so I'm excited about that. Now, it's not necessarily exciting making videos on all of this stuff. That can be tedious sometimes. But to see what happens, I'm excited to see. Somebody's going to be wrong. That's the thing. The people who say there's no way Trump can win, they're good. Some of them might be wrong, or there's people that say Biden can or can't win. Half of these people are going to be wrong. Prescott, way better than Levitt. Caroline Levitt, yeah, I remember that race. For the longest time, you were a DeSantis supporter and not enthused. You've gotten quite a bit more enthused. Usually, Democrats are not enthusiastic. That seems to be they're deflated right now because there's a lot of talk about Biden's age. His popularity is low. But then again, in 6 months, they could be enthused to vote against Trump. You liked DeSantis. You don't know what through your head. So you don't know why you liked him? We're over 6 hours, by the way. This this stream is still going. Not we're probably going to be kind of winding it down. I know I said that before, and that's true. And this 22nd district hasn't budged. So all in all, this is a great night for Trump. I mean, it's like a 9 out of 10 night, right? I mean, this is way better than you could dream of. And Trump in his third run, he wins almost every single contest by a significant margin. And for Biden, I don't know what it is. It's probably Biden has a worse night here than Trump, I guess, with the number of uncommitteds. But the question is the dissatisfaction with Biden going to translate into anything, or is it going to just be outweighed by the hatred or fear of Trump? That's the question. And also, is Alaska going to show us anything? And I mentioned earlier, I thought Alaska might be, they were trying to repeal ranked choice voting there. I don't know if they were gathering signatures and it went nowhere, or they did gather enough. I got to look into that, but I know that was a thing. Yeah, I know Utah really let us down here. They couldn't give us even 1%. Yeah, maybe we'll get some Utah results for the morning. I'm gonna have to try to quickly cover these results in a video at some point for probably for the next day. It's a lot to do coming off a 6+ hour stream. But yeah, I know some people were unable to make it to the stream. Some of the regulars I know saw some names, but some people maybe they're lurking in the background. Who knows? But it's good that people showed up. Some new people that made it. Probably got some new subscribers. Caroline Levitt wasn't the best fit. You got to go to bed? Okay. Have a good night. Thanks for showing up. Yeah, Caroline Levitt seemed to be a Trump style Republican, and it didn't translate into a win. But again, I maybe that was because of abortion. Maybe it wasn't. Trump almost won the state in 16. You got to be up for 6:30. Well, that's not a lot of time. I always encourage people to get sleep. Sleep is vital. I mean, you're not doing anything unless you're refreshed. But I mean, we're probably gonna be closing it down here anyway. So if you gotta go, I'm probably gonna be going myself. Not sure when the next stream will be. I have no idea. It's tough to fit this in, especially this long, and depends what's happening at the time. And there wasn't that many people in this stream, so it's a little less incentive to try to fit in another one. But we got this in. This was fun. Sure. Thanks for making it to the stream. Good chatting. Have a great night. The wait for Arizona, Nevada in 2020. Uh, I remember there was a wait in a lot of states. Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. I mean, no matter whether you're winning it or losing it, I mean, just being in that kind of suspense for a while, that's kind of agonizing. So on the community poll tab, whoever picked Steve Garvey to get in second place in this U.S. Senate election, top 2 primary. You've won. It's going to be Garvey. Well, unless he somehow manages to eclipse Schiff, but any updated news? What have we got? We've got... Okay, let's see. The race for Texas House Speaker heads to a runoff. Okay. That's a little bit more local than I usually cover, but that's definitely important for that state. Katie Porter's daughter introducing her mother about how her family has been a priority. She's including a liberal sprinkling of Taylor Swift references. Okay. The mood is upbeat despite the fact that Porter will not advance to the general. I don't know if she's more mad at Schiff or Garvey. Garvey took her place, but Schiff assisted in that. Okay. So, looks like this stream is kind of wound down. It's gotten quiet. We've got all the results down to 6 people. I think we're probably going to wind it down in the next minute here. So, it's been a great stream. The results are Trump dominates, except for Vermont. He does major damage in all the states. And no real upsets, no real surprises. In California, it's going to be Schiff and Garvey. We don't know what's going to happen in Utah or Alaska. But that's pretty much the results. The delegates, Trump, total 751, Haley 62. Don't know if she's going to drop out. Oh yeah, Prescott. Yeah, apparently he's had success. Maybe he manages to flip it. We'll see. That'll be something I'll keep in mind when I'm looking over those races. 5 state Senate victories and 2 executive council victories. That sounds promising for him. That's definitely. It's been great to be here for the first stream. Yeah, this has done a few streams. Thanks for showing up. Been a great 2 years on the channel. Way over 2,000 subscribers now. So remember to like, share, and if you have not, remember to subscribe. Oh yeah, I would also rate it as Lean D without any polling. Definitely. So this is it. This concludes Super Tuesday. Hope everybody has a great night. And first stream, first of many. I'm sure I'll see you in the comments on some future videos. Hopefully it was nice. Have a great night. Thanks everybody, and I will see you on the next video.